It is a joy and privilege to welcome you all to the first annual Pan-African Conference on Leadership hosted by Trinity Western University in Canada and a number of partners throughout Africa. The conference theme this year is Generative Change for a Stronger Africa Post-Pandemic. My name is Dr. Mbenzi George. I serve in a number of roles at Trinity Western University, including the advisor to the Vice President of TW Global on Africa Partnerships and First Center Development. I'm also the Stream Director of the Trinity Western University Masters of Arts in Leadership program and faculty member in the Leadership Department. In addition, I have served and I continue to serve as the Honorary Consul General of the Government of Kenya in Western Canada, and I've been in this post for the last 12 years. I've been honored to serve as part of the organizing committee for this conference and will be your co-host throughout the day. We are pleased that you have taken the time to join us for this opening ceremony, which are expected to run from 9 in the morning to 10 in the morning East African time. The conference will continue throughout the morning. We expect to conclude at 1 p.m. East Africa time. We realize that in welcoming attendees and presenters from various parts of Africa and from North America and other locations across the globe, that time in your area might be different. Please follow along as we move forward through the conference today. We are pleased to welcome a number of presenters who will provide thoughts on generative change for Africa from a variety of perspectives. As we move throughout the day activities, I will provide direction to the presenters to turn on their microphones and videos at appropriate times. The attendees to the conference have their mics and cameras turned off in order to ensure that the conference proceeds uninterrupted. Please note that we will use the question and answer section of the Zoom as well as polling in order to get feedback from attendees for the conference. If you have questions, please feel free to enter them into the question and answer section throughout the day, and we will endeavor to respond to all the questions in due time. We have invited our own Dr. Reverend James Ellis III, Trinity Western University's chaplain, to open this global conference in a word of prayer and blessing over our day and activities. Dr. Ellis, please turn on your microphone and camera and provide the conference opening blessings.
Thank you, Dr. Mbizi. Welcome, everyone. If you would, let's pray. God, it has felt like a reoccurring dark night of the soul for many months now, with the loss of life, loss of income, and loss of connections that haunt us like a scary movie. Even so, we know you are good and you are worthy of our devotion. We know, of course, that Jesus was crucified and laid in a borrowed tomb that couldn't hold him because, as we soon will celebrate, after 3 days up from the grave, he arose. But we also must remember that Jesus ascended. And in that heavenly relocation, he did not abandon us, but sent the Holy Spirit as our comfort and guide. And though we are where we are today with breath in our lungs only by faith, the temptation is strong still to worship intellect or to chase after money or to normalize all manner of rebellion that this world calls freedom. Holy Spirit, would you recalibrate our posture towards you, toward one another, and this world, that we will stop campaigning for acceptance and get on with what you have called us to, in Jesus' name. We need your intervention, your holy intervention, in order that we will renounce the insular comforts and injustice that colonial homogeneity often breeds. Would you make us lie down in green pastures, following your voice beside still waters that we shall not want? Like the sons of Issachar, our needs exist beyond mere information, but Lord, we need revelation to understand the times and to know what to do. Connected as we are through diverse time zones, cultures, and nations, give us eyes to see, Give us ears to hear and the will to act in ways that honor you. And so in affirmation that all hearts and minds agree, the people of God said, Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Ellis. Over the past 5 years, Trinity Western University has developed a strong relationship with Bishop Stewart University in Uganda. Through this relationship, we've engaged in international exchanges of ideas and workshops, and have developed the first Trinity Western University facilitated academic resource center in Uganda. Our relationship is strong, and we are looking forward to growing together as we serve students from Uganda and other locations in East Africa over the coming decades. We are pleased to welcome the Right Reverend Dr. Fred Sheldon Mosigwa, Bishop of the Ankole Diocese and Chancellor of Bishop Stewart University, to provide a word of dedication over the conference as we commence our activities today. Dr. Mosigwa, please turn on your microphone and camera and provide the conference with the opening blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Imbezi. I'm glad to be tuned in, and from Uganda, greetings in the name of our Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ. That's how we say it. And everybody says, Amen. I'm glad to be sharing today on a very important topic that has been chosen for us. And it is a pleasure for me to entitle my topic as Leadership with a Vision. Where there is no vision, a people perish. And this devotion is under the topic of Pan-African Congress on Leadership, Generative Change for a Stronger Africa. The key text I would like to use is Proverbs 29:18 and the book of Nehemiah. And in my beginning, I have an outline for the devotion, and it runs as you can see it. I will not go into details because of the time, but it has a background and then 7 key principles of Nehemiah's result-oriented leadership with a vision. I'm privileged to share God's word and to have visited Trinity Western University 3 years ago with a friend, a Ugandan Canadian, Musherure Michael, who stays in Vancouver. Very beautiful campus, but I was so encouraged by the Christian grounding. And I must appreciate that this is one of the first academic conferences which begins with a prayer and a devotion. Even in Africa, we don't get many of these. So thank you. And Pan-African Conference on Leadership, Generative Change, we see that the times in which we live, it is often said that Africa is so privileged with a lot of material, human, and intellectual resources, but we are short on leadership. COVID-19 has been another wake-up call, but I also say an opportunity to ask which way Africa, because we have been adversely affected by COVID, even if it has been low incidence in some countries, but it has brought out the best in the leadership. And I want to believe that it's not just that the population is young, but there has also been some leadership potential which has seen us manage the COVID. And this is the only time in the whole world where every country had to depend on itself. And Africa was able to come out on the top in a way. It is not only scholarly books that can assist us to understand leadership, but the Bible does. So I give a bit of a definition and a background. Leadership is the art of motivating a group of people to act towards achieving a common goal. Vision is the faculty or state of being able to see and ability to think about or plan the future with imagination and wisdom. Therefore, vision is near to or related to faith. You can understand that if you read Hebrews 11:1, Faith is being sure of what you hope for. So faith and vision interrelated. The 7 key principles of Nehemiah's result-oriented leadership with a vision. Let us look at this. Vision is born out of genuine concern for the plight of the people. When you look at Nehemiah chapter 1, we see Hanani, brother to Nehemiah, with other men sharing a disconcerting report about Jerusalem and the condition of the returnees there. And this is what Nehemiah says. When I heard these things, I sat down and wept. For some days I mourned and prayed to the God of heaven. Every leader must have concern and weep for his people or her people. Do we often see this among our leaders where we are? Why should my face not look sad when the city of where my fathers are buried lies in ruins and its gates are destroyed? Nehemiah asked. So, genuine concern of the people is a key aspect of leadership that we need to take serious. Prayer and action, 2 sides of the same coin. Nehemiah was involved in deep prayer sessions. When the king asked Nehemiah what his trouble was and what he wanted, he prayed even in the middle of a conversation. It doesn't call for prayer in the morning or evening, but throughout the day you can pray, even when you are conversing with other people. Chapter 4, verse 4, we see Nehemiah leading a prayer at the height of opposition before the rebuilding of the wall. But most important, in verse 9, we prayed to our God and posted a guard day and night to meet this threat. They had enemies who didn't want them to build the wall. Prayed day and night, but posted a guard. Verse 16, from that day on, half of my men did the work, while the other half were equipped with spears, bows, and arrows. So faith without works is dead. In Africa, sometimes we've seen people who believe in prayer only, without work. Pray as though you are not working, and work as though you are not praying. We need both. Goal setting and planning. Nehemiah knew exactly what he wanted to achieve and what he needed to accomplish. This is a key biblical principle. He was able to explain to the king and to the people in Jerusalem what his task was. He was even able to explain to the king and the queen the time frame he needed to accomplish the task. In Africa, sometimes people say, we own the time and people in Europe have the watches. No, we need to be mindful of time. He was able to ask the king for letters of authority to travel and access important resources. We need other people when we want to achieve our goals. We need Europe, we need America. You can't be on your own. Even America, Europe needs Africa. Nehemiah first inspected the wall before he gathered the people of Jerusalem. So you could say he had a feasibility study. Motivation is another key aspect of his leadership and delegation of power and authority. He was a great inspirer. The language he uses is key. Any leader must have good language which can encourage others. He says, you see the trouble we are in? Jerusalem lies in ruins and its gates have been burned. Come, let us rebuild. And we, the we language, empathy, stands in the gap with the other people. Many leaders talk to other people without including themselves in the equation. Nehemiah 2:18, I also told them about the gracious hand of my God upon me, and what the king had said to me. He had a backup. His God was there. But also, the king, you need authorities. Religious leaders also need authorities to work with. Delegation of responsibilities was yet another very important acknowledgement. The whole of chapter 3 talks about how he distributed work according to competencies and capacities. But one of the major strengths he had was brutal honesty. We live at a time in the world where people say even we live in the post-truth era. People no longer talk the truth. Truth is relative, even in the scientific world. But he believed in honesty, brutal honesty, integrity, and service above self. Throughout the execution of the task, there were people who took advantage of the poor. And what did Nehemiah do? Chapter 5, verse 6. When I heard their outcry and these charges, I was very angry. I pondered them in my mind, and then I accused the nobles and officials. He talked to these powerful people. What you are doing is not right? Do we have people who speak out against evil and bad leadership? Nehemiah purposed not to access all the privileges that were due to him. Why? He says, but out of reverence for God, I did not act like other former leaders before me. Facing opposition with firmness and grace was another very key aspect of Nehemiah's leadership with vision. And the enemies he had, Sanballat, Tobiah, Ammonites, were many. They tried to distract him, but they couldn't. They waged a war of words against him. They couldn't. They sent messengers who were on a kind of peace mission, but veiled plot to attack him, but he didn't. 4 times they sent the same message, but he gave them the same answer. 5th time, Sanballat sent a message with a letter accusing Nehemiah of sabotage and treason. He didn't give in. Nehemiah calmly sent a reply. Nothing like what you are saying is happening. You are just making it up in your head. So leaders will face opposition, but how you respond is what is important. You can respond with grace and firmness, but not in a bad way. Lastly, he had result-oriented leadership. So the wall was completed on the 25th of Elul in 52 days. SWOT analysis, specific and time-bound. Time matters. There was dedication and multiple celebrations. Conclusion. Nehemiah's leadership model was grounded in genuine concern for the plight of God's children. All leaders must have concern, genuine, for the people they lead. The 7 identified Nehemiah biblical principles of leadership are critical for a post-COVID Pan-African leadership. Proverbs 29:2, when the godly are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked are in power, people groan. In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. Let everybody say, Amen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Musigwa. We truly appreciate your words of wisdom and encouragement, and we look forward to a great day ahead of us. Dr. Mark Husband is President and Chancellor of Trinity Western University in British Columbia, Canada. He obtained his PhD in Christian theology from the University of St. Michael's College at the University of Toronto, writing a dissertation on Karl Barth's moral theology under the direction of the Lady Margaret Professor of Divinity at Oxford, Dr. John Webster. In 2001, Dr. Husband accepted an appointment to the theological department of Wheaton College in Illinois. He has published 6 edited volumes that demonstrate the significance of the theology of Karl Barth, world Christianity, and political and moral theology. In 2007, Dr. Husband was installed as the first occupant of the Leonard and Marjorie Mars Chair of Reformed Theology at Hope College in Holland, Michigan. There he developed and served as the director of the Emers Scholar Program that engages students academically, socially, and spiritually with the goal of cultivating a lifelong commitment to integral mission, racial reconciliation, and community development. It has always been Dr. Husband's heartfelt desire to see students connect their faith and learning to the deepest needs and challenges around the world. It is with this vision in sight that he officially began his tenure as the 5th president of Trinity Western University on July 1st, 2009. It is our great honor to welcome Dr. Mark Husband, President and Chancellor of Trinity Western University, to give our keynote conference address this morning. We invite Dr. Husband to turn his camera and microphone at this time and screen share his presentation to the attendees at the conference. Dr. Husband, the podium is yours.
So I'm going to look to you, Mbezi. Do you see a wonderful picture of the Richmond campus? Excellent, good. Well, it's a joy to be with you. I'm thrilled that each of you have taken the time to join this Pan-Africa conference, Generative Change for a stronger post-pandemic. It's a profound joy to be with you and a privilege to have this opportunity to express my genuine hope for your future. I'd like to begin by presenting you with 3 thesis statements. Number 1, the world is in need of repair. The second, each of us can play a vital role in securing a positive future beyond the pandemic. And number 3, responsible action demands a willingness to see the world from below. I'll explain each of those as I go along briefly. So point 1, the global pandemic is a portal. You see, a genuine response to the role that global universities might play beyond the pandemic requires that we see our work within the reality and frame of the current crisis. While the wealthiest nations across the globe may be tempted to imagine that our primary objective should be to return as quickly as possible to the way things used to be, such a response would rob us of the opportunity to learn important lessons from the challenge of this pandemic. And the Reverend Dr. Fred Sheldon indicated that point exactly. You see, I'm not alone. I'm not alone, for instance, in believing that we're at an inflection point. The degree to which the response of global universities to this pandemic will be ultimately helpful rests upon the degree to which they are willing to recognize that any hope of a return to normal is little comfort to millions of people across the globe living in conditions of poverty and vulnerability. This point is poignantly on display in a recent essay by the Indian novelist and writer Arundhati Roy. In her now widely circulated Financial Times article called "The Pandemic is a Portal," we encounter this remarkable statement. She writes, "Whatever it is, coronavirus has made the mighty kneel and brought the world to a halt like nothing else could. Our minds are still racing back and forth, longing for a return to normality, trying to stitch our future to our past and refusing to acknowledge the rupture. But the rupture exists. And in the midst of this terrible despair, it offers us a chance to rethink the doomsday machine we've built for ourselves. Nothing could be worse than a return to normality." You see, while the pandemic has touched the lives of everyone, it has done so unequally. As such, the global pandemic constitutes a moral examination of everyone in leadership. And if we hope to pass this test, we will need to participate in a critical reevaluation of the ways we order and educate our societies. Arundhati Roy's essay rightly suggests that if we're willing to see the pandemic as a doorway or portal through which we can travel, and then traverse this journey in exactly the right way, we might well discover a better way forward in the use of our gifts, resources, and imagination. Listen once more to this wonderful writer. "Historically," she writes, "pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and to imagine their world anew. This one is no different. It's a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us, or we can walk through lightly, with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it." The global pandemic has exposed the fact that many of our institutions are ill-equipped to address the dramatic challenges of the globe. As we begin to ask the question, what should global universities seek to accomplish beyond the pandemic? We would do well to press each other to consider this. What will it take to imagine the world anew? You see, a successful and meaningful journey through the portal of this pandemic will only be possible if global universities are willing to pay close attention to the struggles and challenges of the vulnerable. Remember, the world is in need of repair. So, point 2, global universities as vital development partners. At the beginning of my reflection, I expressed this claim: each of us can play a vital role in securing our future beyond the pandemic. This is true of each of you as individuals, and also true of the organizations and institutions that you lead. Listen to the now familiar and promising words of the UN Declaration of Human Rights, a document co-authored, by the way, by a Lebanese-born diplomat and Arab Christian theologian named Charles Malik. The UN Declaration says this about education: education shall be directed to the full development of human personality and to the strengthening of respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. It shall promote understanding, tolerance, and friendship among all nations, racial or religious groups, and shall further the activities of the United Nations for the maintenance of peace. Now, this is a stunning affirmation regarding the importance and value of education. It rightly insists that education is absolutely essential to our future. The goal of providing quality education, of ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong opportunities for all, arose as the fourth of 17 Sustainable Development Goals as part of the 2030 Agenda. And yet, even before the onset of COVID-19, progress towards this goal has been far too slow. Lack of access to technology, internet connectivity, and significant financial challenges continue to threaten access and progress for university students across the world. The goal of providing access to quality higher education is critical. And if the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us anything, it is this: a truth beautifully expressed by Martin Luther King Jr., who writes, "We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. No national border is defensible against the tragic effects of the pandemic. In the same way, the threat to human dignity and flourishing posed by the lack of access to high-quality education threatens to tear apart our single garment of destiny." You see, global universities can play a vital role in addressing the challenge and opportunities of development, and in particular, education. You might be asking, however, and I'm sure you're far too polite to pose the question, but certainly you might be thinking about it: how and why does Trinity Western seek to improve access to high-quality education at home in Canada and abroad? Now, recognizing that a number of gifted colleagues will be at this conference and will present on these matters, including Dr. Phil Laird and Scott Macklin, and they will no doubt provide you with an excellent overview of what Trinity Western is doing to meet these challenges. I'll focus my time on answering the question of why. Why do we seek to convene leadership conferences like this? Why do we work so hard to foster generative, creative, and lasting solutions to global education and access? Point 3, what does responsible action look like? What is it? You see, on a good day, leaders should take up this question. In the midst of a pandemic, however, this question is absolutely unavoidable. And if we seek to emerge out of COVID-19 a stronger, more vital global community, we will need to put into practice the right answer to this question. Now, throughout the West, it's commonplace for universities to seek to attract students and advance the reputation of their schools by highlighting their achievements. This can take many forms, from listing the number of Nobel Prize winners on faculty, or highlighting the wide array of academic programs at the undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral levels, or advertising the percentage of graduates who are gainfully employed 6 months after graduation. Now, these are all common and viable ways of justifying the price and establishing the value proposition of the education they offer. Arguably, this is all well and good. But in the face of a global pandemic, none of these efforts answer the question, what does responsible action look like? Now, remaining true to your principles and values is hard work, particularly when you face moments like this. And yet, amidst struggles, suffering, and the threat of loss, you discover this is exactly the moment when you need to know how to answer the question, what does responsible action look like? And the most compelling, honest, and succinct answer I can offer you as to what Trinity Western University sees as responsible action amidst and beyond the pandemic is by sharing with you the final words of the German theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer. On April 9th, 1945, at the same time as Allied forces were claiming victory in Germany, Dietrich Bonhoeffer's life was taken in a concentration camp in Flossenburg. At Christmas in 1942, writing from the concentration camp in which his life would be taken 2 years later, Bonhoeffer reflects on what the previous 10 years of struggle against Hitler and National Socialism had revealed. And in the loss of 2.7 million lives across the globe due to COVID, in the light of that tragedy, we must also risk asking, is there a silver lining? Which is to say, can anything good come from this experience? Inviting serious reflection on the questions, are we still of any use? And who stands firm? Bonhoeffer says this: I believe that in every moment of distress, God will give us as much strength to resist as we need. But it is not given to us in advance, lest we rely on ourselves, not on God alone. As my colleagues will no doubt share, innovation, adaptation, and a deep sense of purpose characterizes the approach we have to meeting students at the point of their greatest vulnerability and struggle to learn amidst COVID. This, I submit, is exactly what responsible action looks like. You see, Bonhoeffer writes, I believe that God can and will let good come out of everything. For that to happen, God needs human beings who let everything work out for the best. To conclude, Bonhoeffer's words have provided me with wise counsel and direction for most of my adult life. And as a Christian leader, we need friends like this and counselors, and there's much to learn from this Christian theologian. So let's listen once more to his work. He writes this: it remains an experience of incomparable value that we have for once learned to see the great events of world history from below, from the perspective of the outcast, the suspect, the maltreated, the powerless, the oppressed and reviled. In short, from the perspective of the suffering. To see the meaning, significance, and promise of the world from below is a telling and dramatic perspective. We are committed to being a global university because we know we have as much to learn from others across the globe as we have to offer. The center of gravity for Christianity has shifted inexorably eastward and southward. And so in many important ways, Africa and China constitute the future of Christianity. And to play a small part in the education and development of students from the global south is a remarkable privilege. And as a global Christian university, Trinity Western University seeks to demonstrate in concrete ways what responsible action looks like. In doing so, we strive to be faithful stewards of the many gifts that God has graciously given to us. Accordingly, we are committed to providing students with an excellent education because, like you, we yearn for their lives to be transformed by the God of the gospel. And so I remain in your debt. And with all of my colleagues at Trinity Western, we seek to offer the world our very best in the hope that a new generation of leaders will emerge. Graduates capable of helping others to enjoy a bright, safe, and secure future, and to experience the joy, dignity, and freedom that education and hope in Christ brings. Thank you so very much. I wish you the very best in this conference. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Husband, for the timely keynote address. We're really grateful for your message to us this evening or morning in Africa. I have been advised that Dr. Amina Mohammed is delayed in a state meeting, and she will be joining us a little bit later. What I'd like to do is move ahead to the first session with our team of speakers. So our first session, Impact on Higher Education and Technology. The speakers in our first session of the conference are all bridge builders between Africa and Canada, and have worked for decades in higher education and integration of technology. Our first presenter is Dr. Ronke Akinola from Nigeria, who will present on the topic, Impact of Higher Education and Technology, Otherness and Inclusion. Dr. Akinola, please turn on your camera and microphone. Just to give you a little bit background on Dr. Akinola. She holds a master's degree in Christian leadership and a doctorate in transformational leadership for peace and conflict management. He has served for 28 years as an associate pastor with the House of Freedom, a conglomerate organization in Nigeria comprising of 2 educational institutions, an NGO, a leaders network, and 7 church expressions. Dr. Akinola is the CEO of Zaza Consult, a leadership development and conflict management consultancy, a part-time faculty member of Trinity Western University, an adjunct member of the Faculty of West Africa Theological Seminaries and the Africa Center for Theological Studies. A mother, a grandmother, Dr. Akinola is passionate about leadership, development, and competence in building a stronger society. Dr. Akinola, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me, please? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Good morning, Africa. Good evening to you in Canada. And good afternoon in India and China. I'm delighted to be here at this conference. I will be speaking on the impact of otherness and the role of inclusion as we look at the issue of, sorry, let me just get my screen back to the start. Yeah. I'll be talking about the impact of otherness and the role of inclusion as regards higher education and technology. We all will agree with late Papa Nelson Mandela's quote when he said that the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow, and that education is a very important weapon to prepare children for their future roles as leaders of the community. In this statement of his, there are two major groups of people. That is, we have the youth who are being prepared for the future roles. We also have the educators who are doing their preparation. However, I want to bring out a few questions from that statement. One is that how are these youth being prepared for their future roles? With what type of education are they being prepared? Who is doing the preparation, and how is the education being delivered? So these two groups of people are further divided, classified into 4 generations. The youth group form the 2 generations constitute the youth group, that is the millennials and Gen Zers. And 2 groups constitute the adult group, the educators, that is Generation X, and the baby boomers. Now, these youth have been, the people that constitute the youth, that's the millennials and the Gen Zers, they have a bit of a war between the 2 of them. Both are technologically savvy, though the Gen Zers are referred to as the digital generation. Both question status quo. However, the millennials are a bit more stable and more adaptable, and so the Gen Zers label them as docile and lazy, because the Gen Zers want to redefine and challenge everything. However, both the Gen Zers and the millennials are both victims of parents and educators who belong to the baby boomers and the Generation X category, who perpetuates a linear top-bottom approach of parenting and teaching, who themselves are victims of decades of systemic indoctrination of colonial style education, a static pedagogical approach to learning in a fast, high-tech world. But Gen Zers are rebelling and they are rejecting the dogma. Traditional dictatorial leadership has become obsolete and needs to be discarded. So is passive learning in higher education. The youth have a short attention span. They are easily worn out by long talks. They resist being constrained and confined into a straitjacket. So not being able to express themselves, they get claustrophobic, they get alienated, and they feel frustrated. This has led to greater agitation, mistrust, rebellion at home, at school, in church, and in the workplace. There's been an increase in tertiary education dropouts. There's apathy towards higher education in some cases. There's apathy toward church. A lot of the Gen Zers are resisting even going to church and even receiving from the pulpit. So potentials are not being harnessed. These young people look for mentors, but not finding any, they turn to social media for authenticity. So many of them are looking for ways to navigate the challenges that the complex challenges that life has thrown at them. Many of them end up being rudderless without direction. based on a lack of an alternative platform outside of the formal higher education platform. As a result, there's been an increase in mental health issues, in depression, and unfortunately, in suicide. Most adults lacking the capacity to engage the youth, stratify them as an unserious, lazy group, and even refer to them as aliens. So otherness is created. Otherness is a creation of an individual or group of people perceived as not belonging, as being different in some fundamental way. The group sees itself as a norm and judges those who do not meet that norm or fit into that norm as the other. And that is often used in the derogatory devaluation, in the context of devaluation. So senior adults see the desire of the youth for innovation, their independence, they see it as rebellion. They criticize them, they attempt to fit them into a box. So the disconnect between the teacher and student continues to grow based on the default pedagogical approach of one and the inherent heuristic tendency in the other. This has ostracized the youth to a large extent, though the Gen Zers also see everyone else as the other because they can't understand why you and I are not so digitally compliant as they are. However, our difference should elicit curiosity about the other. And the African paradigm that equates age and experience with superior knowledge is a major drawback that needs to be reevaluated. Young people should be offered the opportunity of diverse engagements and robust conversations, and nothing, absolutely nothing should be off the table. Generational gaps need to be closed as the older generation seeks to get into the head of the younger, converting our difference into strength, learning from one another through blended classrooms, which provide a necessary bridge of regional gaps, even for better collaborations and exchanges. Africans need to be better informed about other African nations. The average African youth knows much more about the West than the other African nation. So the needs of the youth should be reconsidered and included in their education and learning. So learning needs a new configuration to accommodate their short attention span. Young people want to feel safe. So they should be encouraged to ask questions and express themselves, no matter how outlandish they might sound. A young person, for instance, can ask, why should 2 + 2 always equal 4? Why can't it be 22? How do you engage that kind of discussion? Do you shut them down or do you engage them in that discussion? They want to think outside of the box through heuristic learning, and they will develop as they learn from their mistakes. Inquiry-based learning, therefore, should replace outdated information delivery system, which do not stimulate creative thinking. Teachers need to create effective learning environments while adopting inclusion as the new normal. Technology has become our new teacher. The COVID dispensation suddenly revealed to us the power of technology, though we know it's there, but it was heightened. We discovered the ability to interact globally while being local. So technology has replaced the teacher, The teacher had better adjust now to become a facilitator instead of being a dominant custodian of all knowledge. Technology can be utilized to deliver holistic education, to challenge students in a wholesome manner, not just intellectually, but also culturally, psychologically, spiritually, and even linguistically. A recent study reveals that learning a new language is one of the best antidotes against substance addiction. That's aside from developing the neuroplasticity function of the brain. So technology must become a tool for globalization, not to westernize us, but to enhance global education without the loss of the authenticity of our African identity. Contextual education should replace colonial-oriented educational system, which was not designed to liberate Africa in the first place. Africa needs to develop curricula that answers to our unique regional needs. As valuable as formal education is, it cannot remain the only option for attaining higher education. Other leadership development platforms and skill development platforms need to be created to meet the emerging needs of the African youth. So teachers have a new role. Teachers have become the midwives to birth a new generation of leaders. So discipline and subject proficiency alone is no longer sufficient for competence as a teacher. It only serves as a tool to reach the youth. Learning that will produce a new leadership must be intimate and engaging. Therefore, the educator essentially continues to engage in re-education and self-improvement, applying the sigmoid curve principles. Educators need to evolve to become adaptive leaders because leadership qualities are the new requirements for effective teaching. They need to become transgenerational to learn the language of the youth. But teachers, parents, guardians, Christian leaders, and employers of labor might be ill-equipped for this challenge unless they become stakeholders learning alongside the youth. They need to be humble enough to recognize the changing horizon. Now, this statement by Alvin Toffler has not been ever truer than it is right now, that the 21st century illiterate is no longer the one who is not able to read or write, but one who is not able to learn, unlearn, and relearn. So educators must be hungry enough to learn, courageous enough to unlearn certain things that are no longer working, and humble enough to relearn. We need to overcome the intimidation that technology sometimes presents. I am still intimidated. Sushi can bear witness to that. I'm still intimidated with the technology every single day. We need to overcome this distress. The new leadership paradigm must evolve. Educators remaining students, reinventing and remaining adaptive to lead a pedagogical review. And the same goes for a pastor who must re-engage truth and review his delivery methodology. The passive learning style that once worked for Generation X and baby boomer generation is no longer working for this new generation. And finally, I'll end with this Nigerian proverb that says that a young child, no matter how much it strains and stretches to take something from over the shelf hidden there, is not able to reach it. So also is the adult who wants to reach his big hand into a calabash bottle to take something from hidden inside, is also not able to reach it. That is, no one or single group has all the answers. Inclusion is the way to go. No one, therefore, is dispensable. We need everybody. It's a new world. of synergy and inclusion that we have found ourselves in, and we'll all do very well to adapt accordingly. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you all.
Dr. Akinola, it continues to be my privilege to serve with you both in Nigeria and also as a partner at Trinity Western University, as a fellow faculty partner at Trinity Western University. Your words are very timely. We need to continue encouraging the young generation, and we who are a little bit older must come along in a projected guidance. Thank you so much for your wonderful words. Colleagues, now I want to turn on to Scott Macklin, who's Executive Director of Online Learning at Trinity Western University. In the next speech, Scott will present on the adaptive ways in which higher education institutions have innovated in response to COVID-19 and the future of online distributed learning as a result. The topic of Scott's presentation is "The Future is Now, COVID-19 and Multi-Access Learning." Please welcome Scott Macklin from his home near Seattle, Washington in the United States. Scott, please turn on your camera and microphone and screen share your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbenzi. Thank you, Ronke. I'm gonna really be thinking about this notion of becoming a leadership doula and what they may mean as we try to birth what is necessary for this next generation. So yes, I'm gonna talk about the future is now. It may not be evenly distributed, but it is now, particularly COVID-19 and multi-access learning. To begin though, I would like each of you to look at your hands. And I would really like you to look at the front of your hands, the back of your hands, and to hold in your mind's eye, who do your hands remind you of? Whose hands do you have? Do they remind you of your mother, your father, maybe your grandfather or grandmother, an auntie or an uncle, a Zia or a Zio, a Tito or a Tata? And then if you can, and we'll see if we can do this in the question, put down, how do you refer to that person? So for me, my hands remind me of my nunabina, Albina Manente Ruffini, who came to the United States shortly after World War II. And I have her hands. She taught me how to make pasta, how to roll gnocchi, strong hands. And she had this wonderful phrase, "Chi non atteste gagambe." Chi non atteste gagambe. If you don't use your head, you're going to use your feet. She would say this as I would come running back into the house. "Oh, no, I forgot my keys." "Ah, chi non atteste gagambe." "Hey, no, I'm back in the house. I forgot my sandwich." "Ah, Scott, chi non atteste gagambe." "Hey, no, I'm back in the house. I forgot my pants." "Oh, mamma mia, Scott, hey." So think about those hands, the work that we do with our hands, and try to hold into that legacy. Who do your hands remind you of? And as we think about our hands and the work that we do, I want to spend a few minutes and tell a little story about innovation. I want to go back to 1896. This was the rebirth of the Olympics. At that time, the highest anyone could jump in this particular arena was 5'2". That won the gold medal. By 1912, so 20 years, they were able to get over 6 feet, and they changed and came up with an innovative process called the Western roll. They changed how they approached the bar. It wasn't until 1936 when they invented the straddle jump that they got over 7 feet. And that number stood there for a long, long time. So as we think about this moment in time, I want us to think about whenever there's a new change in the environment, there will always be new opportunities for a better way for solving the same problem. Well, let's take a look at this. It wasn't until 1968 with Dick Fosbury, who came up with the Fosbury flop, that we broke the 8 foot, and now people are jumping nearly 9 feet. And for those who aren't familiar with the Fosbury flop, it looks a little bit like this. And I want you to really pay attention to what is different about what Fosbury is doing here as opposed to the other ones. Now, you might say the first difference that you notice is that the other jumps, you were jumping so that you landed safely on your feet. Fosbury jumped and landed on his back. That's taking quite a risk, innovation, right? If you're going to do something that risky, you don't want to break your neck. But here's where I think the true innovation is. He lands on a mat. There was no Olympic rule that said you couldn't have a mat, right? So by landing on the mat, he was able to apply an innovative approach. I want us to be thinking about in this talk and in this webinar from our own particular areas. What metaphor and analogy would the mat, what would that mean in your context? What would need to change in the architecture of your infrastructure in order for innovation to stick, to make a difference that makes a difference, right? And I think that has to be particularly answered from the bottom up, right? And it needs to be done in a collective way. So be thinking about that. And then as you're also thinking about your own particular areas, you might want to put into the question, I would love to know, where is everybody at? Where are your feet at right now? Like my feet are in Seattle, Washington, in my basement, in the closet. I'm able to set up the screen so it looks pretty nice. Where are you located right now? So how do we put that into practice? Because the means to practice is rooted in our or your theory of action. So this is me walking past the gym at Trinity Western University as our track team was practicing, and I was observing, taking notes, going, I have never done this before. I would really like to see if I can do a pole vault. So I was able to go up to the coach, and he graciously let me try, and I thought I had it. Well, you could see without practice, without working with a community of facilitators, without working with those midwives, we're not gonna, our idea of innovation may not be as practically oriented until we put the time in. Now, it was a gallant effort, and you heard a few laughs when I landed, and I've gotten a little better since then. So again, innovation isn't just something that just happens. There's work, practice, thoughtfulness, and intentionality. Well, what have we done in this context? Many of us have, would consider this not March 25th, but March 372. It just seems like this endless time. And many of us really had to make a really sharp pivot really quickly because we were cut off from our ability to do what we do really well, which is to engage with students in a classroom. We had to learn a new modality to engage with them. And we had this bifurcation. We had face-to-face and we had online learning. Well, I think this pivot has created the context and the occasion for us to really think through what does it mean to teach with the modality and the learner specific need in mind, and how do we think about the full continuum of learners from young adults coming into the academy to mid-career shifters to leaders who are looking to re-engage, re-entool, reimagine who they are and what they're doing. How do we serve that in a multi-axis way? How do we teach with folks in a room, at the same time teach with folks who are distributed but synchronously together like we are tonight, right? This is an example, to folks who are going to be watching this later asynchronously. How do we keep those modes in mind and still deliver in relevant, practical, and life-affirming education? Well, here's my steps. This is my design formula. I call it know, see, do, reflect, and improve. Know. What do you know about your learners? What do your learners already know? What do your learners know about you? What do they know about each other? And what are you doing to intentionally design activities to get at that knowledge, to get at that understanding? See, what is it that you want them to see, to read, to hear? This is your lecture. This is your content. And, I when I was at the University of Washington, would lecture to 500 students in a large lecture classroom. Anything beyond the second row might as well be distance learning, right? So how are you creating content in a way that aligns along this continuum? What is it that you want students to do in applying their knowledge? What are the learning activities, and how are you designing learning activities with this modality in mind? And then reflect, what type of knowledge and how are you framing your feedback? Are you using peer feedback? The type of feedback that we provide, the type of constructive criticism, the type of iron sharpens iron, while at the same time creating the occasion. And this is something my grandmother used to say, and you're going to hear this in the next bit. No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. So when I'm designing a learning environment, these are the things that I'm thinking about as I'm trying to be intentional to make sure that the material hangs together and is rooted in really serving our students. So in this year of working in this mode, there are 7 lessons that I would like to share with you. And I would love to hear your feedback on them, because I would love to hear your lessons. So the first lesson, start with empathy. As I was saying, no one cares how much you know until they know how much you care. 2, practice active listening. I would argue in the West, we are professionalized to listen to respond before we are professionalized to listen to understand. We need to have the answer. How do we create and design and model listening for understanding before we speak? Another thing my friends would say, quieta la boca. Hey, close your mouth a little bit, open your ears. One of the things that I do in my classes before I start, I do a little poll on a scale of 1 to 5. How excited are you to learn today? It's a simple poll, doesn't take that much time. It just gives me a little bit of information on the tone of where students at. So that way I can tune how I'm interacting with them. Is this a day where I really need to try to draw them out, or is this a day that I sort of back off and let things flow? And I'm not saying this is easy. We know that teaching in these little boxes is really hard because we're cut off from so much of the information that we take for granted when we're communicating, which is like gesture, body language, silence. We don't get access to that information when we're teaching in this modality. So we have to be very intentional and really slow things down. So 3, create a space for student expertise and leadership to shine. And this is where I found breakout rooms. Well, let me stop there. I don't call them breakout rooms anymore. I actually call them breakthrough rooms. I found them to be very powerful, particularly if they're designed and scaffolded and prompted with questions that students go into. And then by asking them, do you want me as the teacher to spend more or less time in the breakthrough sessions with you? And almost 80% of all students have reported back, no, spend less time. We got this. But what I do is I set the table by designing the learning activity or the discussion. We use, in our instance, Google Docs, which is a web-based document tool. So students have to put their responses. They have to self-select and self-organize someone to take notes. They have to select someone to put their answers in. And then when we return and all the students come back into the session, then someone has to report out the findings. But that document, I use that same Google document through the entire course, and it becomes a document of the learning that everyone can share, so we can actually build distributed funds of intelligence, right? And it becomes a living document. Number 4, provide cognitive apprenticeship. Create learning pods. When we were younger, we had buddies. Who's your buddy? When you went on field trips, or at least I did growing up. Well, who's your buddy? How do you allow students to self-organize? And I do this, they can choose the platform that makes sense to them. That may be WeChat, that may be WhatsApp, that may be Facebook, that may be Zoom, that might be Microsoft Teams. That may be students who are able to get together and actually meet. that may be writing letters. I don't know about you, but I've written more letters this past year than I have in the past 10 years. I've actually taken up the practice of writing letters to people I don't get to correspond with. It's been an interesting dynamic to bring back that style of communication. Recreate rituals. And what I mean by that, what is another way to approximate the 15-minute walk to class? When I'm on campus teaching, I walk from our Reimer Student Center, and it's about a 15-minute walk to the Northwest building. I didn't value, or I underestimated how important that walk is. Because when I'm here and I teach at 3 o'clock, I may be actually doing dishes to 2 minutes, to 2:59, 1 minute. Then I jam down, hit go. I had to be intentional and now I take a walk around the block around my house just to get into the right mind and heart space to teach. 6, discover surprising advantages of online learning. In face-to-face learning, we tend to privilege the extrovert. What's amazing about these breakthrough rooms, it gives introverted people who are on, wherever you side on this, the chance to reflect, the chance to think. And again, if you're teaching in a large classroom, not everyone can talk anyway, but by creating either a discussion or a Google Doc, people can still put their responses on, and they can be tended to by the teacher or by the peer students. And 7, start with the end in mind, right? What is it that you hope your learners will take away from your course? In the thing of time, I'm going to skip this part, and I'm going to close with this notion from Jane Austen: the distance is nothing when one has a motive. So what I would like to posit, the motive here is, how do we move from transmission broadcast-based education to transaction to actually transformation, moving to learner-centered design, shifting the product or shifting the focus from product to process by supporting inquiry-based learning and problem-based learning. How do we design with transformation in mind? So those are the lessons that I would like to share, and I look forward to hearing from the rest of our panelists on this particular webinar. And it's a real honor to be with you all. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Scott, for your inspiring presentation about the future of education and online learning. I know you've been actively involved in the FAST Center development of Trinity Western University around the world. And as we emerge as a global Christian university with 3 locations on 3 continents, we are leveraging technology and relationships to provide cost-effective learning to students that span the globe. Thank you for your leadership in this global effort. And as we continue with our speakers, I just want to encourage you, keep on sending your questions. Dr. Liad is trying to answer in the background. So if you've got questions, put them in the chat or in the Q&A, and he'll be able to get to them as you keep on asking, and hopefully responses are coming. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Hassan Kibarango, who will provide a unique perspective on higher education and the impact of technology. Mr. Kibarango is a pastor, business consultant, and leader from Rwanda, who has been completing the Masters in Arts program at Trinity Western University, his Masters in Leadership at Trinity Western University. We now welcome Mr. Hassan for his presentation. Hassan, please turn on your mic and screen and share your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbezi. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, it is really a joy and a privilege for me to share a few thoughts with you, dear friends, both in Canada and Africa. I'm really delighted. I would want to send a special thanks to a good friend and somewhat a mentor to me from afar, Richard Taylor, who lived and worked in Rwanda and now is back at Trinity Western. And he's one of the people who pushed me towards pursuing my master's degree in leadership because I had shared my heart with him and my desire to transform leadership on the African continent, especially in my context here in Rwanda. I'll be sharing briefly around the role of leadership transfer through mentorship, and really using my own experience as somebody who has been firsthand very observant of the way leadership is conveyed in my own context, both continentally here in Africa, but then also in Rwanda, where I have lived in the past 13 years. So I was born and raised in Uganda. I was born in a very turbulent time politically, where the nation of Uganda was taking transition from, so many successive governments that had wreaked havoc in the nation of Uganda. And I was born right at the cusp of just the final transition that led to the current government, which has been in power for about 35 years. And being a young person and noticing how things were how things were running in the nation of Uganda, but then also continentally. As I grew as a young man, I began to desire transformation and desire change. But again, change and transformation is usually very elusive when you don't have a form of power or authority. And just like the previous speakers, especially Madame Ronke talked about, the successive generations and how we live in a predominantly large generation of young people who they're confounding leadership in so many ways, and they're challenging leadership in so many ways. And there's both frustration in the older leaders, but then also a sense of desire for the younger leaders to have a voice and have a sense of participatory input into leadership. And so when I moved to Rwanda 13 years ago, I started off in business. And really one of the things that compelled me to move to Rwanda was a unique sense of leadership that I saw that for me, it just blew my mind away. For many of you that know Rwanda's history, next month we'll be commemorating 27 years after the genocide that happened in 1994. And if you've read your history on the Rwandan genocide, about 10,000 people were massacred daily for 100 days straight. And really this happened at the hands of neighbors, killing neighbors. But it was really as a result of the leadership of the day, the leadership that had carefully planned, instigated, and orchestrated this massacre because of tribal divisions. And many Tutsis were killed, who were the minority then, and moderate Hutus who did not support the genocide were also killed. It was chaos, utter chaos. But then something unique happened. While the genocide was happening, a force of young leaders who were rookie, inexperienced leaders who were fighting the government then, who had grown up as refugees in Uganda and the neighboring countries, were looking for statehood in Rwanda. And they were fighting to be recognized as Rwandans that had been pushed out of the country. Long story short, they were able to seize power and they were able to install credible, accountable, transformational leadership. And the story of Rwanda really for me is a wonder to behold, because everything was stacked against Rwanda. The treasury was robbed clean, the nation had been devastated, and these young leaders who had a different mindset of the fact that, number one, you could unite a nation, reconcile its people, and if your heart and mind is in the right place, with courage and boldness, leadership can be able to transform any situation, even the worst of them. And it's been 27 years later, and the story of Rwanda is one that marvels the world. And the narrative has always been, if you've been an ardent proponent of African transformation, leadership transformation, there's been a narrative in the corridors of the world of, is Africa rising? I believe it is rising, but I also believe that leadership is the foundational key to making this a reality. I personally believe, it is a personal conviction, that the single most important common denominator in transforming any kind of society is really great leadership. With our kind of history in Africa and in Rwanda in particular, the challenges that we are dealing with, and the fact that we are really playing a lot of catch up to the world, where we have weak institutions on the continent, bold and courageous leadership can make up for either weak institution or even a lack of institutions. Where it's different, for example, I'll give an example of the United States, where you've had strong institutions over a very long time. You could have a good leader who wants to make change, but his change, really, the effect of it will have to be sieved through the many institutions that are working. But in Africa, when you have a good leader, a pro-citizen leader, and somebody who really desires transformation of his people, even in the place of weak institutions, as they build them, you can have transformation. So what we have seen in Rwanda is we've seen Rwanda being ranked again by global ranking organizations like Gallup, the World Economic Forum. It has placed Rwanda as the cleanest and the safest country in Africa. Rwanda is the second place to do business in Africa. Rwanda has offered offering high quality education to over close to 100% of its school-going population. It is the second least corrupt nation in Africa. We have over 90% of our population on health insurance, where they can receive even up to 100% of high quality healthcare. Rwanda is the world's leading nation in gender equity in leadership, where we have more than 60% of our parliament being women and 50% of our cabinet being women, which is it's an interesting thing. Also, there's been a demographic equity in leadership. Okay, in Africa, where you find many leaders being in the older generation, Rwanda has taken a bold move to really reduce the age gap of people who can lead. So it is not surprising where you find CEOs, where you find government institution leaders who are young, in their mid-30s, even cabinet ministers, permanent secretaries who are young. It has really broken the glass ceiling of leadership being something that only the older generation should be able to attain. So because of that, for me, in my own context, as both a religious leader or a leader of the faith, but somebody who is desirous of transformation, I really used my own context, which is Rwanda, to say I need to do something about this transfer of leadership from one generation to another. And I started a program a couple of years ago, 7 years ago, called God's Dozen. And what I do is I take young people who are, post-university, before 30 years, and I decided to really pour my life into them and work with them for a year straight. And every single year, I'm able to take 24 young men, 12 young men and 12 young women, and my wife and I work with them. And really our goal is this, is to help inculcate the values of good transformational leadership in the next generation. Now, I know that great institutions and education hubs like Trinity Western are doing what they can to educate people like me. But then I feel that the call for us should be, as people who are passionate about Africa, who know that the future of Africa really lies in the hands of the next generation, because we have the highest population are young people, is to make it a personal cause to mentor and work with young people. Share with them the things you've learned, share your mistakes with them, and pass on the baton of leadership. And you don't have to be in a space of great leadership. You don't have to be in a high capacity position. You just have to have a conviction. So this is what we do. So what we do is we break the year into 4 themes or 4 quarters, okay? And we start by dealing with the issue of identity. That's the first issue we deal with, because we feel like if we can begin to talk about the question of who are we, where are we coming from, where are we going, and how can we apply ourselves as individuals, then from there you can have different building blocks. So we deal with the question of identity. And obviously, as a faith leader, but also a leader in different spheres, the worldview and the approach with which I offer this mentorship program is really from a Christian point of view. So my conviction is my identity is I am a child of God, and I am also a child of my parents and a child of my nation. And from there, then we transition them into discovering their purpose and their calling. And we get them to read different books. We put them in very high pressure environments. And from there, we transition them to the 3rd quarter or the 3rd theme, where we deal with the issue of work and how to handle money, because they're going to spend their large productive years in the workplace. How can they be people of integrity in the workplace? How can they lead even as they work and make money? And how can they handle finances in a way that is both God honoring, but also responsible? Then finally, as in the last quarter of the year, we're able to introduce them to mission, to a sense of finding a place of service in their society and in their nation. And part of what we do is we take them through a weekend that is very immersive, and where we give them so many assignments. They watch videos, they read books, and we're able to get them to a place of seeing themselves contributing more to their society than taking away from society. So we are raising a generation of leaders who are contributors, who are participators, and not just people who sit idly by to receive from the world. So far, 7 years strong, we've been able to add value to over 150 young people. Right now, many of them, as we speak, they're in government, many are in business, some are in civil society, and many have been able to be promoted into positions of influence, but they carry these values that they took from the mentorship program, and they know that their place in society is to be leaders of influence and to be leaders that add value to their society. So my personal conviction is through mentorship, alongside so many other solutions, we can be able to raise the stakes of leadership in Africa. Right now, we've been given the tremendous opportunity of technology. So you're even able to do more with a limited amount of time because of the advent of technology and its usage, especially in this post-pandemic era that we are in. So my challenge to us, even as we serve and cause transformation wherever we are placed, there are people who are looking up to you. There are people who have a lot they could draw from you. Consider mentorship. You could mentor an African young leader even while you are in North America, in Canada. It's absolutely possible. But for those of us who are on this continent, whose passion is for this continent, beyond what we do, let us consider the journey of mentorship, because when we mentor leaders, then we are causing hope to happen in our generation, and there is good news for the next generation as well. Yeah, so I thought I should bring my 2 cents to this conference just to help us revisit the issue of mentorship as a process through which we can raise leaders beyond formal education and other areas of leadership development. So I thank you for just the opportunity for me to share a few thoughts with you, and I'm looking forward to more engagements as we move along. Thank you very much, Dr. Mbezi.
Thank you so much, Hassan. It's a privilege to listen to you. And I am so proud as a faculty member at Trinity Western University Graduate School in leadership to listen to a graduate student share passionately about his vision for Africa and his work. You're not just telling us a story. Hassan, you have become the story. Totally proud of your accomplishments. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. So thank you, Hassan, and the rest of the presenters. Let me take this opportunity to thank all three, Dr. Akinole, Scott Macklin, and you, Hassan, for great and a wonderful presentation on looking at technology, its advancement, and how it plays in the global higher education. We're actually a little bit ahead of our time, and that's good. We're going to be moving into our third session this morning or night here, or this morning here in North America as well, as we are about 12:38 a.m. in Vancouver, Canada, and it's 10:38 in Nairobi, Kenya. So moving to the third presentation on our conference, we're going to be looking on changes in work, economy, and careers, and how the future will be impacted by the pandemic. The first presenter in this session is the Chief Financial Officer and Senior Vice President of Business Administration from Trinity Western University, Mr. Akililu Mulat. Akililu is a fellow chartered professional accountant and holds a master's in public policy from the University of London. His experience encompasses teaching as well as executive leadership in the corporate and NGO sector. He is deeply passionate about economic development in Africa. Akililu, or joining Akililu in this presentation is Mr. Tebebu Bekele, who serves as the Director in Strategic Planning for Independent News and Media Place Publishers of Addis Fortune in Ethiopia. Both Mr. Mulat and Tedele have roots in Ethiopia and will be discussing the economic impact of the pandemic on Africa and the need for stability, consistency, and wise leadership in government and policy for generative economic change for a stronger post-pandemic Africa. Mr. Mulat and Tedele, please turn on your mics and cameras for your conversation together about economic development and issues in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mbenzi. Thank you, distinguished guests. It's a real pleasure for me to be talking about Africa, a continent that I am from, as the chairman just said, a continent that I love, and a continent that I can talk about for a long time. My colleague Tebebu and I will be skimming over some of the highlights of the recent economic history of Africa, and some of the points that would be important for us to think about as we consider Africa's future. By every indication, Africa is not where it ought to be. This has been a real puzzle for many. Simplistic approaches have led to some unhelpful narrative and have developed over the years. This has damaged the African brand. In turn, it becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, contributing to the limitation of both FDI and ODA to Africa. So despite all of this, Africa has finally come out of the depression of the dashed expectations of the early independence years and was on a sustained economic growth trajectory until COVID-19 hit last year. And our brother Hassan has just talked about Rwanda and the kind of development this country is enjoying. But the pandemic has caused to Africa its first recession and in 25 years, and economic activity has fallen by as much as 3% in 2020. The way to recovery for Africa can be through rapid growth in manufacturing, trade integration, and development of human capital. The Nigerian literary giant Chinua Achebe in his book titled A Man of the People, was very critical of the post-colonial leaders and told the story as follows. The smart and lucky and hardly ever the best had scrambled for the one shelter our former rulers left and had taken it over and barricaded themselves in. And from within, they sought to persuade the rest through numerous loudspeakers that the first phase of the struggle had been won and that the next phase, it required that all arguments should cease and any more dissent and argument outside the door of the shelter would subvert and bring down the whole house. Very sharp judgment and a prophetic utterance of things to come. A seldom mentioned but considerably harmful reality concerning Africa has been its image. Portrayal of Africa in the media and the belief of even those who would be more enlightened has been distorted and harmful. One such narrative that had done major disservice to African economic development is that Africa receives more aid than any other region, but has failed to be transformed. This has been the most damaging image of Africa that has hurt its economic development, in my view. The esteemed paper, The Economist, which I actually love, they dedicated an entire issue in May 2000 to Africa. On this, it published an article that was titled Hopeless Africa, in which the author addressed the change of mind that the UN had gone through and had actually declared January 2000 a month of Africa. And this article said that the UN had gone ahead and increased aid, peacekeeping, investment, and other development measures for Africa. But the article says hopeless Africa, and the point it was making was that all was not well in Africa. And it goes on to say a very harsh thing, but most of the continent's shortcoming owe less to acts of God than to acts of man. These acts are not exclusively African. Brutality, despotism, and corruption exists everywhere. But African societies, for reasons buried in their cultures, seem especially susceptible to them. Then it went on to state, not all was well in Africa. And in the same issue, they had an article that said the heart of the matter, and it's even more damning. And this says, does Africa have inherent character flaw that keeps it backward and incapable of development? I just can't believe it when I read this. In the past, outsiders would have described Africa's failure in racial terms. Some still do. They are wrong. But social and cultural factors cannot be discounted. So how can Africa win under such negative narrative? But the narrative is not so, and it's not so simple. Africa had started well after most countries took independence in the 1950s and onward. And Africa's human and other natural resource potential continues to be quite impressive. A brief look at two countries, one from Africa and one from East Asia, namely Ghana and South Korea, illustrates the fallacy of the narrative that had harmed Africa's economic development. Let's look at their population. In 1965, Korea had a population of 29 million. Ghana had a population of 8 million. By 2019, Korea's population had grown by 77.2% to 51 million, whereas Ghana's population grew by 294.8% to 30 million. Then if we look at the gross national income per capita, or the GNI per capita of the two countries, South Korea had GNI per capita of $130. And if you believe it, Ghana had GNI per capita $100 more than South Korea of $230. But by 2019, South Korea's GNI per capita had grown to $33,790, an amazing 25,892%, whereas Ghana's grew by 865% to 2,220 per capita. So that's very impressive. And if we were to stop there, then we would buy into the narrative, the false narrative about Africa. But that's not the whole story. We won't stop there. We'll go to the next thing, ODA, or Official Development Assistant. Between 1962 and 1976, South Korea received $3.8 billion in ODA, whereas Ghana received only 769 million. So what South Korea received was 5 times more than what Ghana received. In fact, between the period of 1946 and 1978, South Korea received $6 billion in ODA, whereas all of Africa received just about the same amount, $6 billion. So there you have it. These are important factors that have been omitted in developing the distorted and harmful narrative about Africa. Africa is a vast, complex continent. It has a young population, over 1,000 languages, and is predominantly monotheistic. Its immense economic potential is couched in these attributes. What's Africa's economic direction? African countries have enjoyed several years of economic growth, several as the fastest growing economies in the world up until the pandemic. There are 3 foci that are emphasized by a lot of economists for Africa. One is manufacturing, the other is development of human capital, and the last one is the development of access to market, which at the same time increases its access to supply and attracts investment. The pandemic has not been easy on Africa. It hasn't left Africa alone, although some of the most severe cases are lower in terms of percentage in Africa than they've been in other places. Per capita deaths, for example, and cumulative cases are lower than other places, but recent indications are a trajectory of increase in cases in Africa. So the pandemic, in terms of Africa's economy, as you can see the map there, the darker graph is the GDP in Africa. So that the growth rate in Africa dipped less than most countries, and Africa is expected to recover in the coming years. In terms of overall, the average dip in GDP is 2.9%, and a recovery is expected of 3.4% in the coming year. Most affected economies were highly tourist-dependent ones, and the least affected economies that did not depend on resources, these are also the economies that will recover relative to their impact, the impact they suffered from the pandemic. They'll recover highest. In terms of its impact on poverty, it is quite severe. It has taken nearly 38 million people and put them below the poverty line. And the total, as a result, under poverty have gone to almost 500 million. That's a 34.4% increase. And the cost of bringing them back to where they were over 2 years will be $12.3 billion in 2020 and 2021. The pandemic also took away educational development. made economies more vulnerable, and caused the debt of the nations to rise, and the frequency of their debt payment to rise as well. So making them even more vulnerable as a result. The first area of recovery for Africa, as we said earlier, is manufacturing. As you can see by this graph, sub-Saharan Africa has been behind the rest of the world in manufacturing development. I don't think that's a surprise to any one of us. The encouragement is that Africa should move away from commodities. And as we can see, although manufacturing had been rising till the mid-70s, from then on up to 2014, there has been a drop in the ratio of manufacturing in GDP from 19% to 11%. Things like nationalization, the Dutch disease, especially for economies that are highly resource dependent, like Angola and Nigeria, and hyper-competitive firms from China have been the cause. Beyond recovery, manufacturing is the only option to absorb the growing workforce. As you can see by this graph, South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria are the kind of the manufacturing giants in Africa. And then we also see that manufacturing and GDP growth are highly correlated in this zigzagging line with a gradual slope upward. We see that Africa is slowly creeping up in its development through manufacturing. The second recovery element is the free trade zone. And many of you would have heard about the African Continental Free Trade Zone, which has been signed by almost all countries in Africa, with the exception of Eritrea. And it will bring 1.3 billion people together with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion, making a giant market in the world. And it has a lot of anticipated benefits in terms of poverty reduction, income boosting, increase in exports by more than $500 billion, and increase in income to individuals. And also will be providing poverty reduction in all parts of sub-Saharan Africa. And the countries with the worst rates of extreme poverty will benefit the most out of this. And the third element is the development of human capital. And you can see on this graph that Africa rates fairly low at 40% or 0.4. Sub-Saharan Africa, its human capital index is the lowest of any in the world. It means that this region has reached only 40% of its human development capital. And World Bank considers development in human capital as the most important factor in driving manufacturing. And the third element in human capital, studies show that education and health investments are important for human capital development. Africa is in the lower end. This yellow line is Africa. It's in the lower end of health spending as a percent of GDP. And education is the other one. And in education, Africa fares better, but it has stagnated in its expenditure of GDP on education. A very interesting observation is there is a correlation, a strong correlation between human development index, which is on the left side of the graph, and GDP per capita. And about 25 of these countries in the bottom with the yellow dots are African countries. So what that underscores, what this graph underscores, is that there is a need to develop human capital index for Africa in order to increase GDP. The estimates are that if Africa invested in human capital, the per capita will increase by 2.5 And that is a tremendous increase and a need to focus in human capital. One encouraging area is education. There's been a significant improvement. As you can see, Sub-Saharan Africa's primary school completion rate is approaching that of the world. So that bodes well for Africa. And what has been recommended is early business intelligence, skills training, vocational and hands-on training, focus on science, technology, engineering, math, and entrepreneurship in early ages. So there's hope for Africa and Africa's great future. Education will impact Africa's economic development, and institutions like Trinity Western University can play a great role in this. And this ends my prepared presentation. And I now would like to invite my colleague Tavebu Tadella to join me in addressing some of these issues. Tavebu, I just want to bring to your attention a conversation that we'd had earlier. You'd brought up this issue about leadership fortitude to carry out the reform needs in Africa. And that's the question, that's the $64 million question you said. Can you just kind of walk us through and let us know what that means in terms of Africa?
Thank you, Aklilu. Actually, our brother from Rwanda, just speaking previously, highlighted what I also believe, very eloquently put statement about leadership and the key, especially in Africa. Leading the recovery requires visionary leaders who can mobilize the population to really come together and be self-reliant in going forward. You highlighted in the presentation the lack of access to development finance. And since independence, there has been this huge reliance and expectancy to be reliant on capital from abroad, both in terms of aid and also access to capital for infrastructure development. However, going forward, African leaders have to focus on domestic domestic mobilization. They have to find internal resources and not always be dependent on foreign aid and foreign capital. For example, in Ethiopia, for the Renaissance Dam construction, Ethiopia have been able to mobilize close to more than 340 million US dollars from domestic resources, from the people. And that requires leadership. So the role of leadership becomes even more important in the African setting because, as mentioned, institutions are weak. So while trying to build institutions, at the same time, the reality right now is leaders have a large role to play exactly because institutions are weak. And so if African leaders are very strong and they are able to mobilize their population, domestic resource mobilization is key going forward to lead the recovery.
It's interesting. I was thinking about the same issue on leadership, and another topic we had talked about was how exciting it is to see 54 African nations sign the free trade agreement. It's in various stages of development, and I was reading somewhere that the country-to-country trade in Africa is like 18%, whereas in Europe, it is 70%. So most African countries export to areas outside of Africa, not in country to country. I understand that also has an impact on supply that is provided. But one of the comments that you had made in the past has been that ultranationalism standing in the way of free trade and economic integration. So the whole point of the free trade agreement is to actually encourage country to country inter-Africa trade, both for supplies and for selling, and yet you're concerned about ultranationalism.
Right, yeah, the challenge is, in fact, I'd seen a question earlier, whether there is such a thing as an African identity, because there are, nationalism and, even ethnic identity. A lot of African state building has been aborted because of colonialization. And then after independence, even building nation states has been a challenge. But the call of the century now is to even look continent-wide. Instead of starving within your national borders, it is better to integrate and have free trade areas and grow together, right? So that is a challenge, and it is a very good start. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has started implementation at the beginning of the year, and that's really the future, because what it does is bring resources together, and then trading with neighboring nations makes it much easier. Build infrastructure. For example, Ethiopia had huge potential for generating hydropower. And we have neighboring states that are, the cost of electricity is so high, they cannot possibly compete in the world market by manufacturing at that high cost. But Ethiopia can export hydropower and generate foreign currency, which is a chronic problem for Ethiopia. At the same time, helping neighbors in their effort to transition to a manufacturing economy by supplying them with low-cost electricity. So, I mean, supporting each other in the growth trajectory is the next challenge, but requires leadership again, and then having the vision, the greater vision, a long-term vision of growing together instead of just being too narrowly focused on national borders.
Thank you, Tababu. The potential in Africa is phenomenal. As you talk about hydroelectricity, Ethiopia has incredible potential in hydroelectricity. Congo has, Democratic Republic of Congo has, I think, the third highest hydroelectricity potential in the world. This is next to China and Russia, and that is phenomenal. You and I were involved in economic development work, quite extensive in Ethiopia. I remember traveling in Arba Minch and looking at all the mangoes and asking what was happening with them. And I was told that they were being loaded to be exported to the Middle East. And then we, shortly after that, we walked into stores to buy some juice, and there was mango juice that was coming from the Middle East. So you kind of wonder about how Africa has not internalized its commodities, and really excites me to see manufacturing growing and Africa actually keeping the revenue from its own products and developing its own people. Thank you, Tababu, for your part. I think this concludes our presentation as our time has come up.
Mbenzi, you need to put your microphone on, sorry.
Thank you so much for taking the time in enlightening discussion about the issues and opportunities in the new economic reality we face around the world, both pandemic and specific impacts on African economy. Both of you, I found it very invigorating and exciting to listen to fellow Africans talk passionately about where Africa is and where Africa is headed to, the opportunities that Africa is facing, and the kind of leadership that Africa needs to embrace. So thank you to both of you for your insights and experience when it comes to the economic outlook and trade on Africa. Our next speaker, Dr. Dion Pretorius, is the founder and managing director of Development Partners, specializing in community socioeconomic development and community economic development in urban and rural communities. Over the last 25 years, he has worked on projects involving more than 100 local communities across the Eastern Cape of South Africa. Dion holds a PhD in sociology from the University of Warwick in the UK and the mentorship of Margaret Archer. He serves as a part-time professor in development studies at Nelson Mandela University and formerly served as the director of the Multidisciplinary Institute of Development and Planning and Research. Currently, Dion is a mentor for Sarah Baartman District, Sunday River Valley Municipality, and Cedarburg municipalities in local leadership and governance funded by International Center for Local Democracy in Stockholm. Dr. Pretorius, please turn on your camera and microphone for your presentation on the topic South African Morphogenetic Approach to Socioeconomic Development. Thank you.
Proceed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Mbenzi. I'm waiting for my presentation to come up. Is it that? And then this one. I'm just trying to get my presentation to feature on the screen. There we go. Thank you very much for that introduction, and good morning from South Africa to all of you. It's wonderful to be with you. It's a wonderful honor and an opportunity to share the work that we're doing here in the southern part of South Africa. How do I proceed? There you go. I'm still trying to find my, that's fine. So what I'm going to talk to you about is the morphogenetic approach, which is the approach that we are using here in the Sundays River Valley. And when we talk about we are talking about an entity that is called the Sundays River Valley Collaborative. And just before I talk about this particular approach, let me say something about the Sundays River Valley. On the screen, you will now, hopefully I see, hope you see that. The Sundays River Valley is in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. It is a valley, an area which is very productive agriculturally, and also close to the Addo Elephant Park. 1 hour's drive from the Nelson Mandela Metro, which used to be called Port Elizabeth. A population of in the region of 65,000 people. And as I said, one of the top citrus producing areas in the world, and the famous Addo Elephant Park right on its doorstep. Unfortunately, despite the very successful citrus producing industry, and the benefits of having a tourist attraction like this, the Addo Elephant Park. This area has a history of conflict, like many other parts of South Africa. And this conflict has to do with acute inequalities between different sectors of the community. And so in the last number of years, there's been incidents of significant conflict and confrontation. If we go back to around 2014, there were incidents of community-based action aimed at local government, the burning down of municipality offices, of political party offices, and more recently in 2018, they were the burning down of pack houses and sheds in the citrus industry. How do I make the move for them? Can I have the next slide? So, and as far as the Sundays River Valley is concerned, this is an entity that was formed in 2019. When I was asked to become involved in resolving these ongoing conflicts amongst the local sectors in the valley, I have a history of working in communities that have been in conflict with one another, and it was thought that I could be of assistance in this context. The entity that we've created is something similar to a development agency, but we refer to it as a collaborative, simply because development agencies in South Africa are often associated with specific types of entities that are either created by the state or by partnerships between state and the private sector. And in some instances, they've had a good reputation and a good impact on society, in other instances not. So there's all kinds of connotations, some good and others not so good. So we decided in the Sundays River Valley that we are simply going to refer to our entity as a collaborative, because as it turned out, it is basically about a process and about relationships amongst different sectors of people in a broad community that work together and that work together on things that they agree on. I've seen someone asking a question there. The success that we have achieved in the Sundays River Valley with regards to the work of the Sundays River Collaborative is that we have been able to bring about a measure of peace, of stability amongst the big categories and sections of people in the society. And in fact, the progress that we have been making over the last 2 years has been such that it is becoming an example for other people in other areas of South Africa. As was indicated, the work that we're doing, that I'm doing, is based on the work of British sociologist Margaret Archer, and the approach is called the Morphogenetic Approach. It is a systems approach which is essentially aimed at activating dormant agency, if you want to be more specific, development agency within a struggling social system. That's my modification, that's my application of the work of Archer. The word morphogenetic may be intimidating to some people at a community level, but I always explain it and then people understand it very quickly. Morph referring to change from one form to the other, genetics or genesis referring to the origin of that. And then in this instance, what we use the word to explain is change from within. change that it can be referred to as endogenous change, change from the bottom up as against externally imposed change. Next slide. Can I have the next slide? Next slide, please. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh, there you go. So as a systems approach, no, previous one, please. As a systems approach, previous slide, please. As a systems approach, the point of departure is with the society as a system. And that circle that I draw there on the slide could just as well refer to the globe. It could refer to Africa. It could refer to South Africa. It could refer to the Sundays River Valley or specific communities within the Sundays River Valley. Social scientists make analyses of societies and systems. They don't always use the language of systems and systems theories, but they tend to nevertheless talk about societal entities as systems. And so what we are saying with that is that a society or a community is an entity in a particular geographical locality that exists in a more or less permanent sense of the word, as far as the people residing or inhabiting it, yes, coming in and going, but there is a reasonably stable population within that environment. And as I say, in the context of the Sundays River Valley, approximately 65,000 people. And one of the important characteristics of any system is the relationship between its subsystems. An ideal, a good system, that relationship is one of mutuality and interdependence. And in a bad system, one that is not working well, there could be conflict, tension, and animosity between the different sub-entities in the system. So the South African system can be depicted in the way that I do on this slide. And let me just point out, the way that I present this is very similar to the way in which me and my collaborators engage with people at a community level. Simple graphics, uncomplicated, and very often we have to get our message across to people that are of relatively low levels of literacy and live in communities that are on the socioeconomic margins of society. So it's not high academic theory that we are presenting. It's simple graphics and it's a way of talking to people that they can understand. So this depiction of a system as a circle with pluses and minuses in them indicates effectively, with reference to the Sundays River Valley, the proportion of people that have the opportunity to achieve a reasonable quality of life. That is represented by the pluses. In the context of the Sundays River Valley, we're talking about 65,000 people. I would suggest it's in the region of about 10,000 people. The big number of other people, the minuses, do not achieve that or do not have opportunity to achieve a decent level of quality of life, of achieving their potential. Unfortunately, the situation in South Africa is exacerbated by the role of the politics and media and the social sciences that tend to emphasize this confrontational potential amongst these different sections of society, instead of emphasizing the inevitable independence of the people within these systems. Independence, someone earlier referred to mutuality, the fact that we are in these systems together. So I see I've got only 5 minutes left, which is a bit of a surprise, but which means I'll have to speed up my presentation. So I'm going to just conclude with this slide by pointing out that the goal of development then in this context would be to turn those minuses into pluses and to work towards a greater level of systemic balance and to remove the excessive inequalities that we have in the system. Next slide, please. And what are the different options that we have? Generally, we say that we have 3 generic options in terms of the way in which this change can be brought about. The one in the red, on the one hand, refers to a revolutionary process of change, very rapid, and unfortunately, in many instances, leading to a very rapid turn down in the curve. The green one at the bottom refers to a long, slow evolutionary process of change, which is often the kind of change that people that are associated with the status quo and people that benefit from the status quo, that is what they want to have. People that are the victims of the current situation would probably, in most instances, want the former, the more radical, the more rapid process of change. I depict this graph in terms of change in time, moving from an undesirable status quo towards a desirable future. And the change that needs to take place is from exclusive quality of life to inclusive quality of life. So the alternative to these two, the unwanted revolutionary process that leads to destruction eventually, and the evolutionary process that leads to maintaining the status quo, and very often eventually to entropy. The alternative to that is a developmental process, which is a pragmatic, planned, goal-directed, but urgent process that is not a linear line, but an undulating process up and down, often stop and start, moving from an undesirable current status quo to a desirable future. Let's go on to the next slide. And the mechanism through which that takes place is through the complex and dialectical interplay between context and agency. And very quickly, let me explain what I'm saying with that next graph. We inherit a context, which is the outcome of the interaction of the past, which means that the current situation, the current context is structured in terms of the distribution of power, wealth, and opportunities. That's context one. Current agency are the people, groups, and individuals in society that pursue their interests and are differentially endowed in terms of resources, means, capacity, wealth, mindset, attitude. And thus what we need to do in order to facilitate change or development is to analyze the interrelationship between that context that distributes things and resources in a particular way and the agency that have differential opportunities to achieve their objectives. It also means that everything is not possible. It means that given the combination of these two variables, certain things are possible. And if we can activate agency towards development, we can achieve certain results and thereby transform context and agency, which takes us to context two, which means that we need to again ask the question, how does that context look in terms of the distribution of power, wealth, opportunity, and so on, and how did agency become transformed, and which means that agents may have different capacities and means at their disposal in order to achieve different objectives. So that implies a staged process over time, and effectively this makes development a staged cumulative process in which certain stages needs to be achieved in order to be able to move on to the next. And if the previous one is not achieved to a significant level, it makes it very difficult for the next to be sustained and implemented in an effective way. Next slide, please. What that means for us is that we describe those 4 stages with reference to these labels that I have here. The first stage refers to creating enabling conditions for development. The next very important one is systemic and institutional transformation. That's really where we recalibrate the societal institutions and systems. But we are not going to be able to do that if we did not create the enabling conditions for the agents to become the transformative entities in that environment. So if we can succeed in bringing about sustainable systemic and institutional transformation, emergent transformative outcomes will be the result over time. And the 4th stage is then what we want to achieve in the long run, and that's inclusive well-being or inclusive quality of life. Next slide. If we then look at the very important stage 1, creating enabling conditions for development. These are based on the learnings over the last number of years, the kind of things that need to happen in order to prepare the ground for the important development work that need to follow. If we're not going to do these things, the chances that we will succeed in transforming our social and social institutions and systems are very unlikely. Firstly, we need to get the excessive hostilities and conflict under control so that people can start talking to one another. The next thing is at a community level, at a societal level, you need that internal initiation. You need people that are willing to step forward and say, I'm willing to start moving and working towards transformation and change. Very often at a community level, you need an independent external facilitation, people without a vested interest in the particular context. 4th, we need leaders that emerge and step forward and are identified, not false leaders, not pseudo leaders, genuine leaders with the interest of the broader community at heart. Some of them have to become change agents, and some of them have to become development facilitators, or some of them may morph from the one to the other, being just leaders that walk in front and eventually become change agents, but ideally become people that are facilitators of others, enabling others to become the active participants in the transformation of their own societies and communities. Very important next point is that people's mindsets needs to change from adversarial and destructive politics and pseudo-politics to collaborative development. People need to actually see the benefit of working together for development, that it is in everyone's interest, that it is not only the interest of a particular section of society. 6, we need to agree on an approach, broadly speaking. Even on a societal level in South Africa, we need a broad consensus about a development approach. What is not good for us on a societal level and right down to a community level is that we have an ongoing contestation between different approaches and different points of views with regards to how things must be done. Differences, yes, but not a questioning of the overall approach. That is what we need. Next important thing is we need to get all perspectives into the picture, and we tend to talk about perspectives instead of stakeholderism. Stakeholderism tend to be associated with a political approach to solutions. We say, no, let's hear the different perspectives. We often say to people, leave your political cap at the door, come in, listen, talk from your perspective. Let us hear and understand one another, and let us change one another's minds to the better. Leave, take your cap, go back to your constituency, go make your decisions. Hopefully it's better decisions that you would have made in the past. 8, we need to have skills for collaborative development. I have a long list of skills, and we are busy on an ongoing basis in the Sundays River Valley. For 2 years, we've been doing training, educating, skilling people, leaders to become collaborators, to learn, to listen actively, to listen to other perspectives, to be empathetic, to engage with one another. 9, get organized. You need at least a minimal type of organization to get you going and to make sure that you're working in the same direction. Data, information and communication technology, absolutely vital for development. Low-hanging fruit, lastly, we need to have short-term, low-risk, high-impact projects, initiatives that we work together on, but the most important thing is that they must provide us an opportunity to work with one another across the old divides. So learning to collaborate. Next slide, please. So that was stage 1. And if stage 1 did not occur to a significant level, stage 2 would be very difficult to make happen and for the changes to stick. Stage 2 has got to do with institutional transformation, the family, health, education, economy, the political system, sport and recreation, art and culture, and so on, and so on, and so on. We are locked in South Africa 27 years after liberation. We are still locked in vicious cycles of deprivation, in which the conditions of the family, the conditions in the health system, the education system, the economy, keep on reinforcing an undesirable outcome, perpetuating deprivation. We need to break those cycles. So we need to understand, and we need to work with partners to help us understand what it is that produce those vicious cycles. And then we need to find ways of introducing virtuous cycles. Very importantly, we need to move on then and address these difficult challenges that are facing us in a multi-sector co-responsibility fashion. That little graph that's there at the bottom, which I see the community aspect is cut off, but what that depicts is that development and the task of development is not the responsibility of only one agency in society. The state, business, organized labor, the professions, the academics, communities all have their different roles and responsibilities and contributions. Next slide, please. Stage 3 is then, as I said, the stage in which, after significant progress with regards to systemic and institutional transformation, we have started recalibrating our system, and progress, change starts emerging. It starts going onto, in inverted commas, autopilot. It doesn't require ongoing intensive intervention, but the systems start working. At the moment in South Africa, many of our systems and institutions are not actually working effectively. Our education system, for instance, is really, really battling, and particularly education institutions in township communities and in rural areas. They need to be really recalibrated. We need to reimagine. We need to redesign them. Stage 4 then is the goal that we are trying to achieve in the long run, and that is inclusive well-being, not just merely economic growth or one-dimensional transformational change, but change in all those dimensions and aspects of society, from the psychological, spiritual, social, cultural, physical, economic, political, and so on and so on. Next slide, please. And that's it. Thank you very much. A little bit rushed. Apologies for that. I hope you get the message. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pretorius. As I listened to you, you kept on reminding us so much that what is happening in South Africa has not been imported from the West and brought in, but is developed within Africa, and especially South Africa. And that's exciting to hear that aspect where the solutions are actually found within the community. And I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're now very pleased to welcome our next speaker, who is known to many of you who come from Rwanda. Dr. Charles Murigande has served in many distinguished capacities over the past 30 years of public and administrative services, including Ambassador of the Republic of Rwanda to Japan, with post accreditation to Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines from 2011 to 2015. He was the Minister of Education with an emphasis on science, technology, and research for the government of Rwanda from 2009 to 2011. The rector of the National University of Rwanda and advisor to the President of Rwanda on foreign affairs. Most recently, Dr. Murigande served as Deputy Vice Chancellor for Institutional Advance for the University of Rwanda. His academic background includes a PhD in applied mathematics, an MBA specializing in leadership and innovation. Dr. Murigande is known for his intellectual, interpersonal, negotiation, and diplomatic skills, and has shown a capacity for building partnership and mobilizing resources at the government and international levels. Dr. Murigande, please turn your camera on and microphone for your presentation entitled Exploring COVID-19 Impact on Work and Careers in Africa and Envisioning a Better Post-Pandemic Perspective. Ambassador Murigande.
Thank you, George, Professor George Mbezi, for inviting me to this conference. I'm happy to be with all the participants. The conference is very interesting. I do hope that with my presentation, I'll add something to what has been shared so far. The content of my presentation will touch on flashback on COVID-19 pandemic. Then I'll move quickly on impacts on work and careers in the world and in Africa. And then the third part will explore how to prepare for a better post-pandemic era. I'm going to quickly indicate some important dates in this journey we have been on for the last 15 months. You would recall that on December 31st, 2019, that's when China reported to WHO that it had diagnosed a cluster of pneumonia cases of unknown etiology, which eventually was identified to be a novel coronavirus that WHO baptized COVID-19. And within 1 month, WHO declared COVID-19 to be a public health emergency of international concern because it had already realized that it was transmissible from human to human. And very quickly, the pandemic, WHO declared it a health pandemic because it was spreading very rapidly and had already reached almost all the continents. Within 6 months, by June 30th, close to 10 million cases and 500,000 deaths had been registered in 215 countries and territories around the world. By today, the world has registered 125 million cases and 2.75 deaths. In Africa, we have registered 4 million, close to 4.2 million cases and 115,000 deaths. If you look at the percentage of the population of Africa, if you look at the percentage that African population represent compared to the world, Africa has 17% of the world population, but we have registered 2.2% of the cases and 2.6% of the deaths. So one would be tempted to say that we've done well, mainly because our leaders have quickly reacted and put in place measures to protect the population. How has the world reacted to COVID-19 pandemic? As early as January 10th, about 11 days after WHO had been notified of the existence of COVID-19, WHO issued the first edition of infection prevention and control guidance, which consisted namely of social distancing, frequent washing of hands, wearing of masks, and personal protective equipment, and where needed, lockdown. And the lockdown became necessary very quickly because by March, April, most of the hospitals in Europe, in North America were overwhelmed by COVID patients, and the number of deaths was skyrocketing. Therefore, most countries, starting with those in Europe, North America, and then Africa, and then Latin America, and a few countries in Asia, declared total or partial lockdown, closed their borders, schools, universities, resulting in the grounding of their economies to a halt. Meanwhile, also the international community was also agitating to try to find vaccines and drugs, but as well also respond to the dire socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic. We've seen WHO, UN, EU, the World Bank working together to address the socioeconomic consequences, but also working and supporting pharmaceutical industries to fund research and development of COVID-19's vaccine and drugs. let us now really focus on the topic I have been asked to address, the socio-economic impacts, as well as the impact of COVID-19 on work and careers. As was highlighted by previous presenters, especially Dr. Akiru and Dr. Tibebu, COVID-19 has had disastrous socioeconomic impact. We have seen huge decline in economic growth, as well as huge increase in poverty and extreme poverty. According to Global Economic Prospect Report released by World Bank on January 21st this year, the global GDP declined by 4.3% in 2020. For the sub-Saharan Africa, the GDP declined by 3.7%, whereas the North Africa and Middle East, it fell by 5%. The world had never witnessed such a sharp decline in GDP since the Second World Wars and also the Great Depression. Of course, when you have a sharp decline in GDP, you also lose, people become poorer. It is estimated that COVID-19 pandemic and the global recession that it has caused pushed into extreme poverty close to 100 million people globally, and about 43 million of them in Africa. You see that although Africa has, in terms of health, in terms of cases and deaths, we have not been as affected as the world was affected, but in terms of economic and social consequences, we have really had hit the hardest. Of course, when people lose, when the economy declines and people are pushed into extreme poverty, there are consequences on work and careers. What are they? Next. My computer is stuck. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. As I was saying, COVID-19 caused massive loss of employment. It is estimated that 114 million people lost their jobs in 2020, according to ILO and WEF. And according to ILO, if you look at the number, the working hours lost, it is estimated that about 255 million full-time jobs were lost in 2020, which is equivalent to $3.7 trillion in lost labor income. That explains actually the poverty I was talking about. And according to McKinsey study of last year, it was projected that Africa could lose close to 18 million formal jobs and an additional 30 million of formal jobs would see wage and working hours reduction. It was also estimated that about 100 million of informal jobs in Africa were found very vulnerable and would lose income. So globally, and especially in Africa, COVID-19 has exposed existing vulnerability and structural inequality in labor market, because the people who were most hit are those who were in informal economy, informal workers, women, youth, and those on fixed term contract or migrant workers. So these were really hit the hardest. Of course, once people lose job or are in the fear of losing job, there are also mental health consequences. It was found that many workers experienced depression, anxiety disorders, stress, and a sense of uncertainty, fear, and loss because of losing their jobs or living in fear of losing their jobs. Millions of employees were forced to work from home, thus being isolated from their colleagues, and that also affected the mental health of a lot of employees. I would also add that working from home blurred the boundaries between work and family. It was found that many workers working from home ended up working more hours because they did not know when to stop working. And that also affected their family life, including parenting. What has been known as essential workers who were allowed to continue to work during the lockdown were found to be affected the most mentally because they had to risk their health on a daily basis, living with increased stress and anxiety related to contracting the virus, and many experienced trauma-related disorders, sleep disturbance, and stress and burnout. COVID-19 changed also the work and workplace environment. We know very well that because of the lockdown, there has been massive increase in teleworking, virtual meetings, and Teams, which was not the case before. And of course, we have witnessed the growth of digital transaction, e-commerce, online banking, telemedicine, streaming entertainment, AI automation grew at rapid speed. Of course, with the teleworking, there has been reduction in office space because some companies decided to do away with their offices and will probably not go back, or they reduced the office space they needed. And of course, because employees were working from home, they made savings on commuting costs. We have seen that hiring freezes has become the new norm, except in certain areas such as digital transaction and related sectors like transportation, distribution, and so on and so forth. And of course, in search for a solution to COVID-19, we have seen a lot of investment in health and research and development in bioscience. In those areas, hiring has increased. We have also witnessed that many low skills workers, such as those in office support, customer sales, service sales, lost their jobs, and the likelihood of regaining these jobs is very low because these jobs are going to be replaced by technology. Therefore, these low-wage, low-skills workers are going to need retraining, reskilling for them to re-enter the post-pandemic market job. And this is also going to be the case for all workers who lack technology skills. But unfortunately for them, they are going to face age discrimination. People may not want to invest in reskilling people who are close to retirement. So I would also add that the closure of schools and universities and the switching to online education may affect future economic productivity, because not all people, especially in Africa, where the internet infrastructure is still low, and not everybody, especially not all our students, have access to computers and smartphones. You can really question the quality of education that our current students have received or are receiving through online, and that might eventually affect their job perspective and careers. Next. Let's now try to see how we can build a better post-pandemic perspective for work and careers. One thing, as we have seen, is that COVID-19 has caused cataclysmic changes to work and careers globally and in Africa. The challenge that is before us is how to make these changes generative so as to emerge better and stronger in terms of work and careers. The previous speaker from South Africa made a very good presentation on the conditions that are needed for really the challenge, the crisis, the changes that we have experienced to be transformed into a generative change. For the sector of work and careers, I propose the following actions. First of all, to reverse the serious setback to development, progress, and poverty reduction, and build a better and brighter and stronger Africa, African public and private sector leaders need to work together. There is a need to come together, engage into an open and frank discussion to prepare a different post-pandemic economy work and careers by allowing the capital, labor, skills, and innovation to move into new businesses, because many of the former businesses are irredeemable. They are probably lost for good. Of course, some sectors, some businesses can be transformed by bringing capital, labor, skills, and innovation to them, but we shall need to create new businesses. I also think that policymakers, business owners, educators, career development professionals need to engage in an open and frank discussion on our old business models and mindset, the impact of COVID-19, and determine together a desired end state for our post-pandemic economies, work, and careers, so as to be able to design the right training and education programs for future workforce, as well as for current workforce that need to build new skills and knowledge in order for them to be able to migrate between jobs and industry. Thirdly, I'm of the view that post-pandemic companies and institutions need to embrace speed, flexibility, agility, and also to flatten their hierarchies so as to allow greater staff's participation in decision making and decisions that are fully owned by everybody for this to be successful. I also think that educators should advise young people to focus on building skills for jobs that are in growing industries, such as healthcare, technology, engineering, science, logistics, and even counseling, because we've seen that people have been affected mentally. Many have probably lost their self-esteem. So counseling is going to be needed for people to be able to pick up the pieces and continue on to live and live better. Of course, we have seen that technology, internet is more than ever indispensable. So policymakers and business owners need to jointly work to expand and enhance digital infrastructure. I again think that policymakers, business owners, educators, career development professionals should work together to help workers and students to understand more than never before that education is a never-ending endeavor. More than ever before, in the post-COVID-19 era, career will be about lifelong learning across different occupations and industry. I think it was the case, it had been emphasized even before COVID-19 that lifelong learning is needed because people will change jobs and careers so many times, but COVID-19 has made it even clearer. So I also lastly think that though Africa is still early on its development journey, it should strive to put in place policies and institutions capable of ensuring decent work and working conditions, rapid response to economic shocks, to be able to support all workers, irrespective of whether they are from public sector or formal private sector. It has to develop policies and institutions that think of job retention scheme, social protection. We need policies and institutions that are capable of providing equal opportunity, employment opportunity to women and youth. And also, we need policies and institutions that would foster progressive transition from informal to formal economy in order to address many types of vulnerability and structural inequalities in the labor market that were exposed by COVID-19. I think as I conclude, I am of the view that if these actions were taken concomitantly with what Professor Don from South Africa presented, it would definitely enable Africa to make the changes brought about by COVID-19 to be generative and help us build a better and stronger Africa post-pandemic, because this will enable all sections of the society to come together to analyze their old models, their old models of socioeconomic development, and take stock of what has happened because of COVID-19 and agree on what kind of societies they want to become and commit to work together to achieve them. And that would usher in a generative change that would reverberate throughout our societies in Africa, transform them, and these changes would be self-perpetuating and generate more robust and equitable societies on our continent. My last word is to say that COVID-19 has been a crisis of unprecedented proportion for the whole world and for Africa. It has demonstrated more than any other phenomenon, I would think more than climate change and other phenomenon we have been experiencing, than our world is just a global village. If one section of this village sneezes, the entire village catches a cough. Therefore, I do hope that COVID-19 will result into greater collaboration worldwide, because it would have convinced us that we share a common destiny. I thank you for your attention. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Murigande. You've again created insights into the world we are living in today and what we need to do both in Africa and here in North America. I look forward to international travel resuming and having an opportunity to travel to Rwanda to discuss these matters with you personally in the near future. Thank you again for your time. We're now moving into a third session of our Pan-African Conference, which will involve a panel discussion on the need of raising local leaders. Panel discussion identifies the strong need to raise local leaders from within Africa that will strengthen its institutions, create innovative solutions for the future, and provide leadership. Panelists will be asked to provide general insights on the critical shift needed in higher education within Africa to accomplish these goals, and specific feedback on how global Christian universities like Trinity Western can best contribute to Africa's future. This session will be moderated by Richard Taylor, Vice President of Student Life from Trinity Western University and founder of Kirumbuka Leadership Solution. Just to let you in a little bit on Richard Taylor. Richard Taylor has his master's in nonprofit leadership from Trinity Western University, currently serves as our Vice President of Student Life. He also serves as the founding board member and leadership facilitator with Kirumbuka Leadership Solution, whose vision is to develop and empower 10,000 African leaders by the year 2030. Richard is a social entrepreneur who has spent more than half his career living and working in East Africa, and he has a passion for developing abundant leaders, creating vibrant communities, and establishing enduring institutions in the global South. He is married to Erica and the proud father of 3 boys and 1 girl. Richard, I'm going to have you take the stage and introduce the panel members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbenzi. It's truly a privilege to be with each of you. Thank you for sticking with us through all of these excellent presentations. I know that I've been personally enriched and encouraged. I hope that the rest of you have as well, as I've been looking at the different conversation that's been happening in the Q&A. I know that a panel discussion has already been taking place over the last 2 hours between many of you as we've engaged a number of important topics. So it's my privilege to be with you today. I have a passion for the development of the African continent, and I've been privileged to be mentored by many different individuals, including some who are on this conference today. One of them just presented, Dr. Charles Murugandi, and Ambassador Dr. Murugandi, we thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. I've become passionate through my engagement with leaders throughout the continent about this topic, the need to raise up local leaders. And the theme has really come to us throughout the conference. For example, Hassan Kibarango talked about the need for mentorship and how important leadership is within the context. When we think about the youthful population, the importance of human capital, you know, unlocking that potential. For so many years, you know, we looked at some of the economic history that Akili Mulat walked us through. You know, there was that potential was not unlocked in the way that it could have been, and many times local leaders' initiative and creativity was bypassed. And so that's really what we want to discuss in the next few minutes together with some very distinguished panelists. So I'm going to take a few minutes just to introduce the panelists, and then because of time, what I'll do is we have 2 key questions, and because 2 of them work within you know, academic institutions, I'll ask those 2 panelists who work in the academic institutions that question, and I'll ask a question to those who are working in a more broad way within your countries, a question so that you have a little bit more time to respond to each question instead of being, you know, limited to just a couple-minute response. So let me introduce each of our panelists for today. So with us, we have Dr. Dotun Reju. If you could wave to us. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. Yes? Okay, maybe you're being gracious with me. He's the founder of Nigeria King's Schools, and he holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Sociology from the University of Lagos, a Master of Arts in Christian Leadership from Western African Theological Seminary, a Doctor of Ministry in Transformational Leadership for the global city from Bakke Graduate University in Dallas, Texas. He also serves on the Board of Regents of Bakke Graduate University. Dr. Reju, you are also an adjunct faculty member, Fresno Pacific University, I believe, and you also are stewarding the Theology of Work grant program for a US-based Mustard Seed Foundation since 2008. In follow-up to this panel, we should probably ask you a question, Dr. Reju, about time management, how you can manage to do so many different things all simultaneously. Welcome, and it's good to have you with us, Dr. Reju.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Richard.
We also have with us Dr. Maud Kamatanese Mugisha. She is a good friend. Could you turn your camera on, Dr. Mugisha? She's a good friend of Trinity Western. She completed her doctorate of philosophy in medical ethnobotany, bioprospecting from Makerere University in 2004. She served at several positions at Makerere, including the Dean of the School of Biosciences and the College of Natural Sciences. She's now joined Bishop Stewart University as the Vice Chancellor. She joined in 2014. There are many things on her bio. Because of time, I may not share every single one, but there are a few significant ones. She's a fellow of the Uganda Academy of Sciences, a member of many professional bodies in Uganda and throughout the world. In fact, the list is more than 20. So if we were doing a seminar on time management, you would also be helping us, Dr. Mugisha, very distinguished especially within the field of science. Thank you for joining us today, Dr. Mugisha.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Taylor, and the panelists and other viewers. I'm happy that I'm here. Thank you.
Wonderful to have you. We also have with us from Kenya, Ms. Priska Oliuk. She's a leadership and management professional. She has 20 years of experience in governance, strategic management, and leadership, variety of sectors, academia, civil society, public service, commercial banking, and consulting. Also, Priska, you are a linguist. I was amazed as I was reading your bio that you speak fluently English, French, Spanish, Duluo, and Kiswahili, 5 languages fluently, incredible. And a pioneering manager of the Federation of Kenya's Employers Female Future Program in Kenya. It says here you've trained 150 women successfully and placing 10% of those graduating participants on boards. Of course, there's a lot of discussion globally about women in leadership. Clearly, you have both a passion and an expertise in this area. And you're currently the Director of Linkages, Partnership, and Collaboration at the Kenya School of Government. And I'm assuming that also is your connection to Dr. Mbenzi. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us on the panel today.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, and I warmly welcome the other panelists and also the audience. Thank you.
And certainly last but not least is a panelist who has spoken with us previously and had been introduced. So I'm going to introduce you only briefly at this point, Mr. Tedele, only because you had previously been introduced, but as a reminder to you, he's the Director of Strategic Planning of Independent News and Media PLC. He's the former Africa Director of a large development organization called Hope International, and he's also with Addis Fortune Ethiopia. So thank you for joining us. We have different countries, a broad range of expertise. So I'm going to now after those introductions, I'm going to get straight into the questions. And there are really 2 key questions that I had sent you ahead of time in relation to raising up local leaders. Before I get into the questions, I want to note a comment that was actually made in our chat by one of the young men who's attending this conference. He's from Rwanda, and his name is Jean Dedu. He says this: you say that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and we are asked to have working experience in our domains. How will we have the chance of leading when we don't have the appropriate working experience? Now, I don't know that there's any better summary of some of the angst that our burgeoning youth populations in different countries throughout Africa have. You know, you say that we are the future, but are we really, and are we really doing enough to unlock that type of potential? And so that really leads me in to my first question. And I want to start by posing this question to Mr. Tedele. And then I will also pose the question to Ms. Olia. Why is investing into raising up local leaders critical for creating vibrant institutions, a robust economy, and social well-being? And you can talk specifically even to the country that you represent, Ethiopia or Kenya. What are some traits that a local leader, a young leader must have to contribute to a better future for their country and their continent? I'll repeat the question. Why is investing into raising up local leaders critical for creating vibrant institutions, a robust economy, and social well-being in your country? And what are some key traits that a leader must have to contribute to that future? So Mr. Tedele, why don't you start us off with a brief answer to that question?
Thank you very much. Very interesting panel. I'm enjoying it. The whole discussion is very educational for me. I'm enjoying it and I'm privileged to be here. So why is investing in leaders important? The short answer is because leaders matter, because leadership matters. And in the African context, where institutions are weak, good leadership makes a huge difference. But in general, leadership, whether it is in the family, in the church, in a business enterprise, or indeed in a country or a continent, leadership matters. And that is why shaping good leaders to have a calling like Trinity Western has, and those in the educational sector, it's a huge undertaking, a great privilege and a great calling, because shaping the leaders of tomorrow is really a big calling, and it makes a huge difference. And that's why if we want vibrant institutes, economic development, social well-being, it all centers on leadership. And in my view, three most important traits among many for leaders, I would say, is competence, vision, and character. To briefly explain those, or my view of that is competence is mostly technical expertise. In Africa, we need to value expertise more. In this information age, where everyone with access to a PC, even a smartphone, having access to being able to Google and have access to superficial knowledge, maybe that is having the unintended consequence of devaluing expertise.
Right.
And in Africa, in Ethiopia, I can speak authoritatively because I live here. We are drowning in mediocrity. We have people leading institutions, not because of their expertise, not having knowledge, expertise in the core business of the institutions they are leading, but cronyism, political appointments, what have you. But a leader needs to have competence in the core business of the institution they lead, and we need to value expertise. I give this example of, in Africa, most of us grow up playing football, or what North Americans call soccer. It's one thing seeing me play in a Sunday league, quite another when you see Lionel Messi running with the ball. What a beauty, right? So expertise is very, very important. And that technical expertise should be valued more. And that's where educational institutions like TWU can contribute in fostering that skill and expertise, core competence. And then, but that is not enough in a leader, because you also need vision. Because a leader needs to have a bigger picture. I could be a very good expert in my area, in my department, but I also need to have the vision to see where my department fits in the bigger picture of the organizational mission. So, that's where you have, when people lack that vision and not have that bigger picture, that's when you have turf wars between departments in a university, or it could be a business and you're having the IT department fighting with finance, and not seeing where they fit in the bigger picture, in the mission of the organization, or the country within the continent. Now, we were talking earlier about the African Free Trade continental area. Now you want to have a bigger vision for the continent, and then your expertise shouldn't actually limit you to just be fighting for your own recognition or for your own department only. Well, it's important to have that, but you also need to see where you fit in the bigger picture of the mission of the organization. That is when you can have collaboration, right? Team players can only come from people who understand the mission of the organization. If you are just focused on your expertise, but not have a good understanding of the mission, then you don't become a team player. You're just turf wars, right? So that is the second thing. The third thing, and which is probably the most important in my view, is having character. In many ways, this may be, it's Abraham Lincoln who said, I'm paraphrasing, but if you want to test, if you want to measure the character of a leader or a man, give him power, right? Could be a woman, a leader. So give power to a leader, then you test it, because power tests character. And the African leadership landscape is littered with leaders who started right, who had a good vision, and they had the skill to lead their movements, to liberate a country, and then they get power, and then they lose their moral compass, and they're lost, and they, instead of being servant leaders and being true to the original vision, to the original mission, then they're lost, and it only becomes they're lost in building personality, personality cults, and just focused on maintaining power instead of using that power to actually living a legacy that lasts, and having a servant leadership that focuses on bringing change, lasting change, and not the short-termism and just aggrandizing power. So institutes like TWU can play a crucial role in shaping character. Yes, equipping leaders with expertise, shaping minds, but also giving them vision, and then also character, people of moral character that are missional, that are servant leaders. So these are the three things I see are very important in leaders.
Wow. Excellent, Mr. Tedele. Thank you so much. And obviously drawn from a wealth of leadership experience that you yourself have had. One thing that struck me as you were speaking is that though much of the presentation has been about post-COVID and technology, you got right back to the heart of the types of things that actually make a leader successful. Things around character, around competence, around soft skills, and that having access to all the knowledge in the world at our fingertips does not necessarily equate to wisdom. And I think these are such critical points that we need to continue to pass on and to teach to our young people. Leaders like you can help young people who may have technology at their fingertips embrace these types of deeper principles in their leadership. Thank you so much for being willing to share. Let's get Ms. Olia to respond to this, and you work with the Kenya School of Government, and so you'll bring a very interesting perspective to this topic. So it's the same question. You can respond to some of the things that Mr. Tedele said, but also bring some of your own points. And this is really, what do you see? Why is this so critical? And what are some of the key traits that you think that young and local leaders must have to be successful?
Thank you very much. I almost missed my name there. The watch, where you could say like
my apologies.
An old watch, old watch.
Old watch. I will pronounce it correctly from now on. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Old watch.
Thank you very much. So yes, I could not agree more with the what has been presented. And I would say that yes, investing in local leaders is critical. And especially here in Africa, we are saying we need to look at leadership now. Based on what you said, one of the students had asked that, well, we don't have the experience, relevant experience. And I would say, what is relevant experience in work? Even the work you do at home, you know, clean up after yourself, that is relevant
Absolutely.
work for the workplace. Let young students not think that relevant work is sitting behind a huge desk and signing checks or going to a boardroom. All these things are relevant work.
Yeah.
So focus on the today now. And through internships in this country, I would say we have various programs for internships for university students that have also been put structurally. Understand that anything you're given to do there reflects who you are and prepares you for work, because work is work. And in fact, many times work is not difficult. It's about attitude. So leaders who, I would say, invest in themselves and respect themselves and the work they do, whatever it may be. So investing in local leaders, I would say, is also to think about the locally led development that we can look at here in Africa, because economically, socially, it's not about copying what has been done in other countries or trying to be like the other. Who am I? And who then can I be? So building on what we have, and locally led development is very critical as a perspective that we need to bring out because of the uniqueness of the different regions, the uniqueness of the different countries. So helping our people to be immersed in the raw material and the valuable resources that we have locally, developing and harnessing the available resources so as to be able to truly complement one another, because there's a great beauty in diversity. There's a reason why we are not the same. So I think in our leadership, which touches a bit on what our higher education should do, which we'll talk about later, that is it. But then about the traits that I think are really critical, also leaning or dovetailing from what my colleague has said, is that one, a people person, you know, the ability to go beyond just the local to the global, engage locally, engage regionally, engage internationally. Similar to what we're doing in this conference, it actually helps to open our mindset. So somebody who is ready to engage with others. We also need to think about resilience. I think if COVID has taught us something, is about resilience, but looked at from the perspective of adaptability.
Wow.
A leader who is able to adapt to the circumstances, to the situations, through that lifelong learning, and also through looking at the situation. Like we could say that we are in a war situation at the moment. So am I living as though I'm in business as usual? What has changed? What can change better in order to bring that strength in terms of character, but also resilience to adapt the real now? And finally, yes, in terms of character, I would say an ethical mindset, which is not rigid, because it's not just about rules, it's not just about the consequences, but a truly ethical mindset, which starts with self-respect. I think one of the critical and very important values we need to inculcate in our leaders is self-respect. Even if nobody is looking, who am I? Yeah. Who am I, and how do I therefore want to live, and how do I want to live with others? Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ms. Olwach. I'm compelled by some of the way that you describe embracing the things that you do when nobody is looking. Not just thinking that leadership is sitting behind a big desk with the important position and the nice suit or dress. It's actually related to the type of things that you do on a daily basis that are serving, and also how much how important it is to actually be using what you have within within a local context. And it's encouraging to me that somebody as significant as you within the Kenya School of Government is teaching and training young people who are entering into the civil service and into government service in these types of principles. I think that the future of Kenya is bright as a result of this. Thank you so much for your insights. I'm learning so much. I hope the rest of you are learning so much from this panel discussion so far. We're now going to go to Dr. Reju, and you can respond to what the other panelists have said also, but I'd like to shift a little bit because you work with schools and also now in partnership with Trinity Western University. And so I think this is a relevant question. You know, in relation to these types of skill sets that our colleagues have talked about that local leaders really need and require to be successful and contribute, how should higher education institutions in Africa adjust in order to produce these kinds of leaders? And maybe briefly also, what would be the right role for an international partner institution like a Trinity Western in that? You can speak from your own experience, Dr. Reju, please.
Thank you very much, Richard, and thank you, Priska and Dr. Tadele for your insights. The three things that Dr. Tadele actually spoke about, which is expertise, competence, and character, and the other aspects in terms of ethics that that Ms. Oldward brought to it, need to be wrapped in what I call context. The primary challenge I believe we have in Africa is we've not been able to shift from our colonial heritage. It's only been on the mental, maybe intellectual kind of level. But in terms of, I'm sorry, call is coming in. But in terms of really inexperience, I really like what my young man from Rwanda shared about about developing that kind of a local. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Yeah.
So you were speaking to what Hassan Kibarango had spoken recently, and developing that local experience.
Yeah, and it's it's in terms of context, because most of the things we've been doing in Africa largely has been a cut or copy and paste. Most of these principles are generic, but we've not been able to contextualize from our curriculum in schools, from the gospel we preach in church, from the way we run our businesses. Even the language that we use. I was privileged to supervise, one of my students who is from Ethiopia, in a doctoral class, and his dissertation was on how do we preserve the Amharic language, that we don't lose it. Because very few languages in Africa can actually be used to teach science. We don't have that level of development. So these are the kind of areas that I want, young African, young emerging leaders to begin to focus on. And if I take that to maybe the partnership that we're having with Trinity West, and I think I had this discussion with Dr. Mbezi, that when Africans come to school, we need to understand our cultural orientation. In Africa, when an elderly person is speaking, we keep quiet. So it's very easy for learning to be top down, and you never really know what's in the heart of the child. So these are the things that we have to take into consideration as we want to raise the next set of leaders. Look at what happened with COVID. We heard in the West that we were doing social distancing. Social distancing is almost impracticable in some areas in Africa because they live in we can have 12 people inside the little room. How do we do social distancing? So these are the kind of things that we must be able to, while we live in a globalized world, we need to understand our local realities. One of the best books I've read, about this is from Rwanda, actually, which is the Homegrown Solutions. Why are we still practicing democracy the way we do in Africa? So when Trinity Western wants to partner with Africans, we need to understand that there needs to be a shift from, the kind of education that ends in passing an exam, the kind of education that ends with having a well-written dissertation and it ends on the bookshelf. We need to focus on developing scholar practitioners who can actually take what they've learned in class and be able to identify how does this address a social, political, economic issue that is unique to our own kind of context. How I wish the missionaries that came to Africa told us that we were right to worship our ancestors, but introduced to us the real ancestor, who is Jesus Christ. That would have made more sense. That's why today, somebody has already referenced Chinua Achebe's work. You know, that's why the Christianity in Africa is still a white man's religion, because we've not been able to see Jesus Christ, who you know, what would Jesus look like as an African? So we've seen a situation where we sort of demonize everything that's African. We don't have that. Somebody has asked the question, how do we retain the unique African identity? Reality is it's been eroded, but we have to understand it takes a lot of reorientation, There's something about this region. We've had narratives about laziness, that Africans are lazy, that's why we can't work. I said, if Africans are lazy, historically speaking, the white man won't be looking for Africans all over the world to come and work for them as slaves. So Africans we can be lazy. So there's a need for us now, not in terms of Africanizing what we do, but to look at problems within the context of its uniqueness. What is the African way of solving this? I believe, for example, we're talking about vaccines. None has evolved from Africa. And we can talk, we can analyze all these sort of things. So my take on this will be that whatever we do in Africa right now, we need to look at it through African lens, introduce Africa to the world, use Africa as a lens to looking at the world. One of the things that happened to us in terms of colonialism is that we speak English. And we're worse off in West Africa. I know in East Africa, maybe they don't even start teaching in English, maybe until high school, maybe junior school. Maybe they teach in Swahili. But here, we're so deficient, in terms of communication, and those are the kind of things that we're trying to change. So educationally speaking, we need to now begin to teach on project-based, problem-based, problem-solving skills, because our education is still for us to pass an exam, to have an A, when it's even disconnected from the problems and the realities, the solutions that we live with every day.
Dr. Reju, that is so compelling, so challenging, such a challenge to those who are on this conference, who are those kinds of scholar practitioners that are working like you. I know this is what you are doing and trying to do is being well educated, being knowledgeable, being wise, and then applying it to real challenges in your local context where you're finding the solutions, not cut and paste from somewhere else, but actually bubbling up from within. And I think as we continue to follow your advice, my hope is that increasingly these kinds of solutions that are identified in local context within Africa have global relevance. We could, if we had time, find many examples of that so far. Before we just move on this question to Dr. Mugisha to wrap our session, I did want to show you something that's been a real treasure to me personally. And I think it's just representative of what you're describing. This is the Africa Study Bible, and it is a compilation between many different African theologians and other international theologians who are quite embedded in the African context. And I love this and I treasure this because, it's the New Living Translation of the scripture, but it's just rich with African context in terms of understanding and interpreting the scripture, to your comment earlier. Oh, that in every single field of study and area, there would be things being produced like this that can be a blessing, not only to local leaders, but also to the world. So thank you for inspiring us in such a significant way. We pray for blessing in your continued work. And finally, let's finish up with Dr. Mugisha. On the same question, you've been partnering through Bishop Stewart University. Bishop Stewart is well embedded within the Ugandan context, raising up and training local leaders. Dr. Mugisha, you have a strong background as a scientist, so I'm sure you also analyze these situations quite well. What should higher institutions like Bishop Stewart be doing to kind of produce these leaders that are needed for the future?
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Taylor, and my fellow panelists. I'm very grateful. I agree with what you have said. In the first place, it is very important to know that leadership is God ordained and God given. So that one, we must put it aside. It's not something we can challenge, only we must embrace and work with it and move in it. Therefore, it requires commitment, determination, and know that God is in charge, because we are a society, in every place there must be a leader. And also to know that God has given us talents. So as we mentor young people and generations now and tomorrow, we must know that talents are given by God. We all have talents, we only need to nurture them, or maybe allow people to discover who they are. So as we mentor young people, I want to say we want to concentrate and want to really insist on mentoring people to know their talents. Mentorship is very critical. Many times we want to copy, but because we don't have really mentors. So I want to say, in a way of solving African problems, mentorship comes critical. And while we fail in mentorship, or while we find there are other things that are needed, let's add their coaching. We can put aside people and tailor them and make them what they want to be. I give this scenario. As far as international collaborations, Bishop Stewart University with Trinity Western University, this I would say with all the happiness, that through their support, we have been able to have a FAST center. And when COVID hit, because of the technology transfer they have given us, I can assure you, and the Zoom meetings that we are having with Dr. Imbeza and Professor Rad, I want to thank you. When the National Council came and I said we must teach online, our programs, all our programs, 89 programs were accredited to be run online. It is a technology transfer, but also this is leadership with commitment. Like our partners, the commitment Trinity Western has given to BS, even right now the students have been saying, I've read their charts. They say, we want a center, why not have a center like that? The lecturers of IT have started modeling. I know Trinity Western, you are waiting to see what's happening, but I can assure you, the students without even talking, the lab itself is talking. That is excellent. The other thing I want to agree with Dr. Ju about local content. Digitization of the local content is very critical in this era. We are living in a global village. You know, if you lose your identity, you can never locate yourself. Because I'm an African, I cannot become a white man or a white woman. And therefore, I must have my values as an African, have them well digitized, and then translated, and at the same time integrated. When we integrate what we have, what you have, I can assure we'll get the best brand. So me, I'm looking at the best brand. We need rebranding. And rebranding may not come from one side, it must be both sides. So I'm of the view, let us really work on how best can we rebrand our content, our cultures, our simulations, and we move on. Me, I'm a student of traditional knowledge. You have said that I come from a background of ethnomedicine. We work very closely with traditional healers. We don't have the knowledge they have. I can assure you why you see Africans have survived COVID. Even now, if you come to Uganda, people have resorted to local foods, traditional foods, traditional formulations, traditional remedies. Even right now, I'm sipping a cup of tea of hibiscus tea.
I love that type of tea.
So those are some of the things that we need to bring on board, and we say, okay, as you bring this one, I have this one to offer. Where do we meet? I can assure you, there'll be a meeting ground. The other issue, the third one, I think critical, skills gap. We must look at skills and bridge them. But what skills do we need? You know, sometimes we are getting skills which are not for our own use. I believe we need to get skills of our own use. Like me, I teach people how to dry, for example, drying a plant. You need to teach people how to dry a plant, because we have sunshine. For you may use electricity to dry, but for us in Africa, we have sunshine, which is enough. Why can't I use the sunshine in a very good environment? I dry my herbs and my leaves. For you use electricity and dry yours, but I can assure we shall have a product. And I believe we are able to move there. The other one in skills gap, we need to build up, even if you are in arts-related areas, especially for our students, you can be given a skill that you will take, the soft skills, the hard skills, but the soft skills are actually more relevant these days. And they will give us jobs besides our talent. And lastly, I want to say we need to embrace online learning, share knowledge, share content, but above all, be flexible and change our curricula. We need to review our curriculum. Our curricula, it needs to be redesigned and be flexible to ensure learners who are going to take on lifelong learning are able to catch up. There are some areas we are emphasizing now, but actually which are not. I give a case. We all want mathematics, but when you look at mathematics, you will discover that most computers, calculators are there. Even now we use smartphones. So if you talk of the hardcore mathematics, we may not need, but others can specialize in it, but we can be able to use the mathematics that is available to do greater things. I want to really appreciate you for this discussion, and I can assure you we'll be in position to raise a generation that is after us and even with us to ensure we live in a better world. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Dr. Mugisha. Wow, I'm so deeply inspired, and I hope that the rest of those who are listening on the call, I know it's been a long time online, but I hope you're deeply inspired by what these heroes. I know they wouldn't call themselves heroes, but it occurs to me that the way that they're serving in such profound ways is heroic. And as we finish off, Dr. Mbenzi, I just say a theme that seems to be developing in this conference is this way of being rooted in identity, in what makes you special as a local and an African leader in your context, in your country, in your place, even as you engage with the world. And that having that rootedness really makes a significant difference to the ability to be able to successfully utilize technology and tools. I saw it coming up in the chat as well, but I wish we could continue. I've probably already gone a little long, but I pray that for each of you, as you continue to do this profound and important work in your own places, in your families, and in your countries. Dr. Mbenzi.
Thank you so much, Richard. I can't agree more. I want to thank the panelists. This has been an incredible experience listening to all of you from different perspectives. As I listened, I couldn't help but think about Trinity Western University. And one of the things that kept on coming to mind, if we are going to have a professional school, we need to have a place where people can practice. And so what we are taking away, incredible experience. Well, as we transition, I want to say thank you, and to the audience that are listening to us, please keep your questions coming. And if you'd like to contact the university or you like more information, feel free. I'm going to put my email on the chat. Send me an email and we'll try to get your questions answered, or some of the ideas you have that you'd like us to follow. The poll is going to be running on the side. Please respond to the poll, because we would like to know what other areas we'd like to focus on. I know our time is almost up, so I'm going to move and introduce Dr. Liad. Dr. Liad is going to be concluding the conference for us today. And I'm excited because I've worked for a couple of years with Dr. Liad for a while. He has 25 years of university experience, a history of academic leadership, championing university goals and initiatives, and developing new programs that increase the local, national, and international enrollment. Dr. Liad is an expert when it comes to the knowledge of the university operations and senior leadership from experience as a faculty member and administrator in his role, championing innovation and global partnership involving online, global, and adult programs. He's a recognized public speaker, teacher, relationship builder, and innovator. Dr. Liad will conclude the conference today with an interesting presentation entitled The Future of Truth, Innovation, Ideas, and the Role of Education. Dr. Liad, please turn your microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbenzi, and thank you to everyone for joining us for this conference. I've enjoyed sitting back and watching everything transpire throughout the conference and answering some of your questions, and I hope this presentation will help with some of those questions. I've chosen a pretty interesting theme in the background. It's a little futuristic, but hopefully it'll fit with the presentation and fit with some of the conversations we've already had about the role of higher education in equipping the next generation of leaders for Africa and truly for the entire world. The presentation topic, as has been mentioned, is the future of truth, ideas, innovation, and the role of education. And there are four key themes for the presentation. The first key theme is that technological advances combined with postmodern ideals around the world, and especially in our education system, have resulted in an assault on truth, trust, and information. And COVID-19 has worsened this situation around the world. Second, young people today lack the intellectual, moral, and technological structures in the education we provide to discern truth from fiction. Most are poorly prepared for leadership that they will one day have to take on in countries around the world. Third, universities must identify and defend truth and argue for justice and reason with the goal of cultivating the identity and integrity of the next generation of leaders for our countries. And fourth, strategic education needs to be focused on things like digital literacy, leadership education, global collaboration, and these are necessary for truth and trust to support peace and democracy around the world. First point is there has been an assault on truth that has permeated our education system and our world. And some of you have talked about this in your questions. The postmodern view of education, combined with advances in technology over the past 2 decades, has resulted in youth who see truth as relative and variable with time, circumstance, and someone's perspective. This has created a growth society of emerging leaders who are poorly prepared for the onslaught of directed and extreme information and narratives that have been now distributed over the internet. The social isolation and technological dependence during the pandemic has exacerbated this situation. We'll start with postmodern ideals. And the challenge with postmodern ideals is not that there's anything fundamentally wrong with critical thinking. It is that postmodern ideals are based on the basic premise that there is no objective reality. Postmodernists deny that there are aspects of reality that are objective. Reality, knowledge, and value in the view of the postmodernist is constructed by discourse and conversation. And hence, those aspects, which we would call truth, can vary with discourse. They can vary with the conversation. Postmodernists sometimes characterize the evidential standards of science, including the use of reason and logic, as what they would call Enlightenment rationality. The challenge we face around the world is that information perpetuated by poorly regulated sources over the internet, combined with years of postmodern teaching in the classroom and a highly influenced youth culture that is poorly equipped to discern truth from fiction in digital form, has created a massive challenge in the next generation of leaders that we are preparing in Africa and around the globe. When BBC Future Now interviewed a panel of 50 experts in early 2017 about the great challenges we face in the 21st century, many named the breakdown of trusted information sources as a critical challenge we face in our societies. Truth today is no longer dictated by authority or by science or by reason, but it is networked by peers. The commercialization of knowledge and big data analysis sit at the center of the problem. Without financial support for regulated information structures, financial benefit will drive the creation and perpetuation of information online, rather than truth driving information. Youth aged 15 to 30 years old are searching for identity and searching for a guide to process and to understand their place in life. Psychologist Erik Erikson called the primary psychosocial conflict that we face during this stage of life identity versus role confusion. In the 15 to 30-year-old age range, young people are trying to ground themselves in an identity, understand their role in society, and seek a sense of purpose and belonging in society. They are more influenced by radical ideas, by myths, truths, and by peer culture than they are at any other time in their lifespan. As much as this is a vulnerable time in life, it is also a fertile time for leadership development. It is among the times when we see the most dramatic leaders emerge in our society. And this is the time when we should be establishing a culture of education, equipping the leaders of the next generation. The challenge we face is that technology has been enslaved for the dissemination of information and is not a defender of objective truth. We face major interests and funding that has been placed and invested not in reliable information, but in business models, political shifts, and we need regulatory standards to deal with these shifts. In addition to this, there are poor educational standards in major industrial and non-industrialized countries, and these encourage the exploitation of unreliability for financial ends all around the world. And our young people, not just in Canada, but in Africa and other places in the world, are being bombarded by information in order to persuade them to buy things, to make choices about their activities on the internet, to share information with others. And that is the culture that our young people are living in. The core problem is that in areas around the globe with weaker universal education systems, less consistency in higher education experiences, and weaker funding models, the assault on truth has a chance to create very serious leadership problems for the future of these countries and may even threaten the future of peace, stability, and democracy. At a minimum, these gulfs, these differences, will perpetuate class divisions based on access to, identification of, and functional use of trusted and usable information. So what is the solution? The solution that we face as societies is the development and identification of leaders and the formation of those leaders for the next generation. Universities must play a central role, not just in training and education, not just in providing the technology that students need, not just for 20th century learning, but more specifically in equipping the next generation of leaders in emerging economies and helping that next generation of leaders to develop identities when they are at their most formative time, identities that are focused on characteristics like integrity, truth, trust, and 21st century leadership. University graduates of the future need to be willing and equipped to take up the role of being leaders. And universities have to change their thinking around just equipping people for jobs and start to think of these young people as the cultivators of the society of our countries for the future. The answer depends on socio-technical design and a mix between the two. We have to play a role sociologically in the design of technology and the usability of technology, but they are integrated together. These trends of misinformation versus verifiable information were already present before the internet, but they are being amplified in the internet today. The state and trends in education and place of critical thinking in the curriculum around the world will be the place to look to see whether or not the information environment will improve. Cyber literacy relies on basic information literacy, social literacy, and technological literacy. For the environment to improve, we need substantial improvements in education systems around the world in relation to these core characteristics: critical thinking, social literacy, information literacy, and cyber literacy. Now, some have argued that as we move into the internet information age, the young people of the next generation will be part of the immune system. They'll be part of the next generation of people who will forge a more truthful society. But that is yet to be seen. It is not that the environment will get better. In fact, many argue that the technological environment will continue to be perpetuated by financial gain of companies, not based on truth. But young people will need to live in that technologized world. We need to develop the next generation of leaders in our education systems that can think critically, think truthfully, interact critically, seek information intelligently, engage wisely, argue persuasively, act justly, and live faithfully. Teaching digital literacy, critical thinking, analytic processes, persuasive argumentation, and leadership through global collaboration will be critical for the next generation of leaders for the future. Universities must stop being islands and must become bridges in an interconnected highway of learners, forging their identities to become leaders, building truth and trust together. So what are these 21st century skills? And I've listed what I believe are the 21st century skills that our universities need to be developing in young people, and these are what they are. First of all, there are core competencies. At Trinity Western University, we would say these core competencies come from the liberal arts, but that's not the only place. They also come from science, they come from learning skills and trades. The core competencies are critical thinking, synthesis and analysis, the ability to do research and understand research, global collaboration, and communication skills, written, oral, and now digital communication. The second type of skills are what I've termed discernment skills or truth-making skills. And these are the skills that are often lost, but they're critically needed for the next generation of leaders. The ability to use information, to understand the media, to access digital information in an effective way, and to understand informatics and analytics. And this is a statistical understanding to understand how information is disseminated and used by people around the world. And the third key types of leadership skills that we need are leadership skills: adaptiveness, initiative, and innovation skills. Some of you in the chat and the question and answer have talked about entrepreneurship. And we need to develop the next generation of leaders who take initiative and want to innovate. Emotional intelligence, resilience, focus, and above all, character development among our young people. And these are the skills for the 21st century we need to develop. The key component here is that truth is the basis of trust. Trust is the basis of relationships, and relationships that are positive and problem-solving relationships are the basis of peace and democracy around the world. The creation of chaos by seeding doubt, by creating mistruths, by expanding a belief of mistrust around the world allows authoritarianism to rise. When all facts are dubious and you cannot trust anyone, a broad power vacuum can emerge which entrenched powers and charismatic leaders are poised to fill by promising nostalgic visions and strong armed stability. Developing nations, particularly in Africa, many believe will spearhead the technological disruption in education, not least because In these places, traditional education finds its poorest fit with socioeconomic realities. Very young populations, often growing faster than the economy, mushrooming informal urban settlements, widening chasms between rich and poor, inadequate government budgets for funding school construction, teacher training, or textbooks, and a youth who have to trade off attending school against feeding their families. But everywhere, even among the poorest in our countries around the world, mobile education is second nature. Self-study via mobile phone will find a far more ready market in countries like Africa, countries around the world. They will find a greater hold in those countries than in modernized countries that are well served by traditional schooling. And it is only through raising the intellect, the thinking power of today's youth en masse, can we help them deal with the technology of the future in truthful ways. This cannot be achieved by our current educational processes, curricula, or institutions. A new approach must be forged which educates when schools and teachers are not available, or when they are so overwhelmed, they become dysfunctional. An approach which liberates great teachers from the constraints of the classroom, enabling them to focus on mentoring and leadership development. COVID-19 has permanently changed the world. And it's important to understand that Africa has done pretty well in terms of the worldwide response and the worldwide impact of COVID-19. And what's happened in Africa is there has been an increased awareness in content management systems, learning management system, and internet use in daily life. And the affordances of digital education have become part of the DNA in Africa in a much more accelerated form than would have happened pre-COVID-19. Africa has adapted to the pandemic in remarkable ways, and this has opened the door to high-quality education that can be distributed in affordable ways to the masses of students at lower cost to governments. Strategically focused online learning has created opportunities to collectively develop digitally literate next generation leaders with integrity. This is a real possibility in countries around the world. They can develop leadership identity and people who understand and value trust and truth in understanding their leadership role for the future. The digital transformation is the opportunity for collaborative and customized learning. And African students now have the opportunity to participate in education on the global stage with the global collective of learners worldwide. In addition to the impact of online education for students is the impact of online learning to impact faculty as they are able to collaborate in research, knowledge sharing, faculty exchange, workshops, conferences, and co-instruction to learners around the world. I'm going to conclude, and I know you've all had a long day, and we look forward to keeping the conversation going. But there are lots of ways to create global collaboration. I'm going to start with the ways to currently create global collaboration post-pandemic and ways of engaging each other. And the first is what we're doing right now. Conferences where we can share ideas and diverse perspectives through global interchange. In the question and answer, someone said, well, what do we do with young people? How to do this? And I said, you know, wouldn't it be a great idea to have a conference like this just with young people, next generation leaders, not old people like me, young people who are really interested in sharing ideas with each other. And with Zoom, we were able to do that. We can bring young people from around the world to start an exchange during conferences. Second is exchanging ideas and relationships. We have the opportunity to have digital exchanges globally, to share ideas and provide different perspectives and build relationships worldwide. We have the capacity to foster education through workshops. You know, tomorrow, Dion Pretorius was presenting today, and a number of us are going to be doing a workshop in the Sundays River area of South Africa. And we're going to be talking about things like conflict management and resolution and things that we can work with in terms of a workshop to help develop leadership through collaboration together. And that's a great way of supporting each other and engaging in global interchange together. And last is developing collaborative programs. We mod from Bishop Stewart University, Vice Chancellor, talked about our FAR Center just a minute ago. And our FAR Center is an opportunity for global exchange between Trinity Western University and Bishop Stewart University, and in Nigeria and in India and other parts of the world. We also have international joint programs like our Great Wall MBA program. And in the next couple of weeks, Trinity Western University will be introducing a global pathway called the Global Express Pathway Program to a degree in Canada. And we're looking at new ways to create programs and global exchange all around the world. Last, the role of truth, innovation, ideas, and education. And this is what I see the future looking like. Phase 1, integrated online learning, which we have now. Phase 2, global multi-university networks. Phase 3, global pathways, progression through collaboration. Phase 4, RPL and competency-based education towards degree attainment, where we take things like MOOCs and form them into clusters of programs, measure understanding, knowledge, and some of the digital literacy that we've talked about in this presentation, and move towards the creation of degrees doing through global exchange. And then I see in the future, way off in the future, the development of blockchain as a way for education to be in a distributed network, where degrees, maybe in the future, what we would call distributed credentialing, where degrees are a combination of education obtained from different places all around the world into single degrees. I want to thank all of you for joining us to this conference. I'm going to wrap up my presentation on what I believe is the future of truth. And in conclusion, I'm going to say that the future of truth rests with our ability and willingness to develop young people to be the leaders of the future. We're not going to do it. It's going to be the digital natives who are right now in our elementary and high schools and are moving into our universities today. They are the face of all of our countries. And they are who we're going to have to place our future in, the future of our grandchildren in. And it is critical for us to understand how to equip them effectively to take on the mantle of leadership and lead us forward. So thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you all soon. I'll hand it off to Mbenzi again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leard. It's been encouraging to listen to you and see the vision where we've come from and where we're going. It is now my time to formally close this Pan-African Leadership Conference on Generative Change for a Stronger Africa Post-Pandemic, co-hosted by Trinity Western University in Canada and our partners through Africa. We've had many ideas and concepts regarding what the future might look like after this pandemic is over. As much as there are challenges, it is important to remember that there are many opportunities. Over the past 4 hours, we've heard from presenters from Canada, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, and South Africa. In fact, tomorrow, TW will be working with our colleagues in South Africa for an engaging workshop on the topic of inclusive well-being from the education and workplace perspective. As we look forward towards the future, we see opportunities to collaborate and work together, and we hope that international travel resumption will permit us to take an overdue trip to various parts of Africa to continue our collaborative discussions together. In the meantime, we are grateful for the technology that has enabled our conference to be such a success, and I want to express my gratitude for all the presenters and the tech team behind the scenes that have made this conference such a success. I don't know about you, but I've sensed the presence of God was with us throughout this morning, and it is with great blessing that we conclude this conference. Signing off on the 2021 Pan-African Leadership Conference. It's been a pleasure to serve you as your conference host. God bless you all, and we hope to see you next year again. Thank you.